Matt Gaetz insulted our next guest, and she made $2 million off of it. Wait, what? Okay, well, let's talk about it. Olivia Juliana is a political strategy specialist, and she's at Gen Z for Change. And she did really do that, by the way, but not for herself. We'll explain. Olivia, great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. All right, so look, you've done a lot of amazing things in Texas politics. You also trolled the living crap out of Greg Abbott, which we thoroughly enjoyed. And I want to ask what this Gen Z for Change is, because it sounds pretty good, okay? But first, let's start with, what was Matt Gaetz's insult of you? And how did it come about?
Yeah, he went on this very just sexist, fat-phobic rant at a Turning Point Action Summit. And I didn't like that very much. And so I made that very clear on social media. I believe the description he used was that all abortion rights activists were 5'3", 300-something pounds. And I responded and said, actually, I'm 5'11", 6'4" in heels. I wear them to remind small men of your place. And he didn't like that. So he decided an appropriate response would be to tweet out my photograph to his 1.4 million followers, alluding to an article that talked about how this would raise the dander of his political opponents, his speech at the Turning Point Action Summit.
So he says dander raised, and that's why you're responding to him. And he's putting in the picture there to try to get his idiot followers to attack you. Very classy by a US congressman, of course. So now talk to me about the jujitsu move you pulled on him to get the $2 million.
I had a lot of eyes on me after, he decided that he was going to target me individually. So I decided that I was going to do what I always do, which is put my activism work first. And so I publicly said, because he body shamed me, I would be fundraising for abortion funds in his honor. And it very quickly took off from there. I think within 2 days, we raised $100,000. And then from there, it shot up to 2.2 million within a span of 5 days.
Wow. So where'd that money go?
That money was split amongst 50 different abortion funds across the country, and it'll be used for access to abortion services, traveling funds, or for getting people access to reproductive health care services they might need that they might not be able to afford themselves.
That's amazing. Okay, I got a lot more questions about that and how you guys make this happen and how it goes viral. But speaking of viral, we have a short TikTok video of yours, or at least a portion of one, to show folks. Let's watch.
I know this Beavis and Butthead ass Republican politician did not just come for me on Twitter. Oh, but guess what, Manny? Guess what, Manny? I'm not the one. You want to rumble? We can rumble, bitch.
Olivia, I read that you watched wrestling growing up. So did I. And so that's why I love your rumbling attitude. We do that at TYT all the time. You're gonna punch me? No, I'm gonna punch you back so hard, it's gonna leave a goddamn mark. And so now you work with Democrats in Texas, and that is usually not their style. I mean, today on the Young Turks, we did a story about how Mark Kelly, the Republican, how's that for a Freudian slip? The so-called Democratic senator from Arizona, when asked, hey, you're running against some radicals, he himself is running against a guy who doesn't believe in democracy. And he just went there and said, no, I love my Republican colleagues. I think they're wonderful, etc. They're so goddamn soft. So number one, do you get frustrated by that? And two, how do you interact with them and make it productive?
I think that I know a lot of the statewide candidates and Democratic candidates here in Texas themselves, and I think that they're kind of starting to understand you have to take this more assertive and dominant and fiery tone that we're not seeing from Democrats across the country. I mean, me specifically, that's just who I am. And so I think we're kind of seeing the tides start to shift, especially here in Texas, with the way that candidates are going about handling things. I mean, especially we've seen so much more passion from Beto O'Rourke, who's our candidate for governor. And I think that's started to become more and more common here in Texas. I can't speak for the rest of the country because I'm not seeing that same kind of spark, but I think here in Texas, we're starting to see it more and more.
Yeah, and I think that what's happening, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is that I've seen these guys in the past. They don't have any fight in them. Okay, so now all of a sudden they're fighting back a little bit more. And I've seen in the articles that they're communicating with you guys, not just with you, Olivia, although that's very literal. And you were talking to Beto, he called you out in one of the speeches as a person who's doing it right, etc. You're talking to some of the other candidates, but I mean in general, Gen Z. And Gen Z doesn't have any tolerance for their weak sauce nonsense that Democrats peddle all the time. And I think that you guys are kind of showing them how to fight back. And then if you fight back, that the world doesn't collapse in on you, because I think that they were incredibly scared that it was going to. Am I over extrapolating, or do you think that there's a lot of truth to that?
No, I think there's a lot of truth to that. I think that young voters in particular are kind of tired of this wishy-washy attitude we've seen from career politicians for a really long time. I've been working in politics for almost 2 years now, and when candidates ask me, how do I get to young voters? I say, tell the truth. Be honest, be blunt, because I'm just sick of the niceties and the pleasantries. I want you to tell me what your policy stances are and what you're gonna do to make the quality of life of the people in this state better. And if you can't do that, then you might not be the candidate for the job. And I think that's the sentiment that a lot of young people have. And I think that's why we're starting to see more young people get into these spaces, because it's not just us who's tired of hearing these things. I think the general public is tired of hearing these things too.
100%. No, it's just wonderful that they're listening to you guys because you're going viral and it's affecting their power. So that's why all of a sudden their ears have perked up. But otherwise, they wouldn't be courageous if their life depended. I've covered Democrats for a quarter of a century. They're the biggest weaklings you'll ever see, with the potential exception of Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, and all the betas on the Republican side. So now, having said that, how do you do it? Right, so you've gone supernova viral a couple of times, and so I'm sure the candidates come and ask you, "My God," it was the same question I'm going to ask: $2 million. Geez, and Lord mercy, how'd you do that?
I wish I could tell you. I mean, you just got to have thick skin, and you got to be willing to roll your sleeves up and fight for what you believe in. I think that's why people cared so much, is because I think Matt Gaetz picked me because of my identities. You know, I'm a Mexican, queer, disabled woman living in Texas, of all places. He thought that I would just kind of sit back and take that kind of abuse. And I think that's the way that a lot of Republicans see young people this day and age. But the reality is, we're not fragile, and I'm not fragile. So if you're gonna pick anyone, I think I was definitely the wrong one to pick on, because I don't play these games. I was born and raised in rural Texas. So I think they could have picked someone a little softer to go after.
Like maybe Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer or Joe Biden. Okay, so Olivia, I love your attitude. Yes, double down on it. Make sure Democrats are listening, because you're the only hope. You and the next generation is the only hope for Democrats to actually listen. Because when old school guys like us say it, they're like, "Oh, economic populism, telling people that you'll fight for them and for higher wages and healthcare for everyone." Don't be ridiculous. We have to tell people how similar we are to Republicans. You have no idea how frustrating 25 years of that incompetence is. So you're this ray of sunshine that I've been waiting for a long, long time. All right, so speaking of which, now rubber is gonna hit the road, right? Because a lot of corporate Democrats don't want to actually do anything. It's smoke and mirrors. So how does Gen Z for Change know that these guys are gonna deliver, given a 40-year track record of Democrats never delivering?
I think the general consensus that I've heard from a lot of young people is that voting isn't enough. It's not enough to vote for the candidates you like. You have to go out and organize in your communities with either on the ground organizations or nonprofits that are going to provide mutual aid for the people that need it the most. I think that Democrats have done good things in the last 2 years. I wish we could have done more. I wish we had people who were willing to do more. But I think that right now we're in such a pivotal point, especially in states here like Texas, that we just got to focus on getting local candidates elected who want to make our day-to-day lives better. And then we can focus on going from there. Because I think that that's something that a lot of young people are talking about that older Democrats might not be aware of.
Yeah, and the younger the candidate is, usually the better. It's not a blanket rule, but it's a pretty good rule of thumb. And the more progressive the candidate, of course, is better. But young people tend to be way more progressive and willing to fight back against the right wing. And as you can tell, those are issues I've got with the Democratic Party. So, Olivia, for folks who don't know, what is Gen Z for Change?
Gen Z for Change is a coalition of content creators and activists and organizers from across the country who our main goal is to promote civic engagement amongst young people, but also fight for progressive change for the causes we believe in. We've done a lot of great things in the last few years. We've taken down tip lines. We've fought back against union busting Starbucks corporations. There's a lot of different projects we've done to help people, not just in politics, but also within the labor movement and the abortion rights movement as well.
Is there anything that people can do to help?
You can visit our website and you can find ways to get involved at genzforchange.org. You can also follow us on social media pages at Gen Z for Change. We constantly have calls to action for people in our community and coalition. And we have a lot of ways that you can get involved and help coming into these midterm elections.
Okay, Olivia, I'll ask you the same question I ask politicians these days. Now, if you help Democrats get elected and they don't do what they promised, which is, you could write that one down in stone. Are you then going to push back and say this is not what we argued for, this is not what we fought for, and the reason I ask it is kind of an obnoxious question but the reason I ask it is because no one ever does follow up, to be honest. But you're a new generation.
Yeah, I think there's a big conversation about holding politicians accountable that's more common amongst young people. I mean, me myself. There's Democrats in office right now who I've publicly talked about. I wish we could do more to address the student debt crisis. I wish we could do more to address the immigration crisis that's going on in this country. I specifically called out certain politicians in the past for that, including President Biden. And I will continue to do that through my career because it's not about what's left or what's right in terms of political parties. It's about what's right for the American people. And I think that that's the general consensus amongst young people is we're going to keep calling people out and hoping that we can do right by the people in this country, not by the politicians.
All right. That's my sense of it. But I love the fight back you got, Olivia. I love it. Keep it going. Everybody check out genzforchange.org. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Y'all have a nice night.
All right, thanks. You too.
You too. You too.
The concept of the Young Turks means the audience, they are the Young Turks. They are the go-getters. They are the ones making the emphatic change happen in their local community. The reality is that we've always, young and the not so young, we've always cared about news. But when you do not see the messengers of the news look like you, when they do not share your experiences, exposures, and environment, and there's a disconnect between you and the news. I lecture in mass communications. One thing I tell all of my students, there is no such thing as non-biased news. It never has been. Non-biased news has always been an illusion. Let's go back to the 60s and 70s, where people would say that was the purity of non-biased news. News has a segment. That segment has a time. That time, you must do your story and be finished. That means the producer, the writer, the orator has to take out what they don't think is important and only leave in what they believe is important. They have a limited time to tell the story. They do not have time to tell everybody's version or everybody's side. And they get to choose the facts that they bring to you, as well as the nuance, which really is a word for opinion, that they bring to you, the context they bring to you. So we've always had a level of bias in news. Here's the issue. The issue is to not deceive individuals as if you don't have some level of opinion with your news commentary. And that's what TYT has never done. They've always been authentic in their approach to progressive ideology and their news analysis and political breakdown. And I think that's how you actually win the heart and soul of individuals who are consuming information from you, because now they see themselves in you.
This is where it all began for many elected progressive leaders. The Young Turks was one of the few media outlets to cover the races of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, Rashida Tlaib, and many, many more. We know a great majority of the country is actually progressive, and TYT is here to amplify these issues so that we can have better policies that a majority of the country actually supports. We want to drive positive change, and then we've been doing that for 20 years here. That's why we're launching Canvas 2022, a campaign to get out the vote and amplify progressive candidates, the progressive agenda, and their primary races. The midterm elections are fast approaching, and we know mainstream media won't cover progressive voices, but because the TYT audience is too strong, we can make a difference in the midterm elections to help progressives get elected and make sure our priorities are heard. Support our mission to drive positive change. Visit tyt.com/canvas2022.
There is so much heinous news out there. That's why we've got to laugh, not to cry. So join me, Francesca Fiorentini, and some of my progressive friends, comedians, actors, experts, and activists as we deliver an hour of laughter and analysis every week on my podcast, The Bituation Room. The Bituation Room is an invitation for all of us to take ourselves a little bit less seriously while still giving you some concrete ideas for action. New episodes are available every single week, so join the Frantifa and listen to The Bituation Room on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your TYT Network podcasts. And make sure to subscribe and give the show 5 stars, because I like stars.
The president has already concluded that it would not be appropriate to assert executive privilege.
Obviously, the president has.
Amos Miller, an independent farmer in the old Amish village of Bird in Hand, Pennsylvania, found out the hard way. The feds say Amos isn't adhering to regulatory requirements for food production. Again, not enough endocrine disrupting chemicals. You're not using enough GMOs. So with that in mind, federal agents raided his farm. They're demanding he stop farming. They're also trying to cripple him with $300,000 in fines. And
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your governor speaking. Today's training evolution, dogfighting, taking on. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This
anybody here would do it.
Project to get
judges are a priority.
And honestly, we have businesses that have
keep winning, baby. Do it. Embrace simple truths. There's only two dang pedo fans. Well, cards.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur and Kasparian with you guys. Interesting day today. We've got the regular show, of course, for 2 hours now. And then after that, we got primaries. New York and Florida. There's some doozies in there, especially in New York. Is Mondaire Jones going to be able to hang on to a new seat? She's got a progressive challenger. He's got a conservative challenger in the Democratic primary. Nadler versus Maloney. There are a lot of really interesting races. The Vig's going to join us, and we're going to take it to the Burbank. So that's 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern. But we've got a whole 2 hours of amazing news for you guys right now. So, Casper, take it away.
Let's do it. Let's begin with some updates on the classified documents investigation involving Donald Trump.
I'd say that if Donald Trump actually still had the nuclear codes, it'd probably be good. Our enemies might actually be like, okay, maybe let's not mess with them. Unlike when they look at Joe Biden and they say, you know what, we should attack now.
Don Jr. might have been priming the Trump base to basically be ready with a new talking point, knowing full well that pretty soon we would have some more information, some more details in regard to the classified documents that Donald Trump took home with him from the White House, including some top secret material that can only be reviewed in secure government facilities. Now, recent reporting indicates that there were 3 different instances in which federal officials went to him to retrieve classified documents in his possession. And here's what we're learning today. The National Archives found more than 700 pages of classified material, including special access program materials, some of the most highly classified secrets in the government, in 15 boxes recovered from Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in January. So that's January alone. January alone, they were able to take 700 pages of highly classified material out of Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence, okay? But that was just one of the times. There were obviously 2 other times in which they were able to retrieve some of these documents. The initial batch of documents, by the way, retrieved by the National Archives from Trump in January included more than 150 marked as classified. So that's 150 separate documents, adding up to 700 pages worth of material. The 15 boxes included documents from the CIA, the National Security Agency, and the FBI, spanning a variety of topics of national security interests. Now, I wish we had even more information about that, because there has been some reporting to indicate that Trump had some classified documents pertaining to nuclear weapons. We don't know the details of that. So while you might see some commentary that talks about possible nuclear codes, that has not been confirmed, but that doesn't take away from the fact that these documents were in fact incredibly sensitive. Trump went through the boxes himself, by the way, in 2021, according to multiple people who had been briefed on his efforts before finally turning them over. But when he did that, obviously he still had more of the documents. And in May, as his attorneys were negotiating with federal officials on this matter, as we had reported earlier, his lawyers had lied about Trump's possession of additional documents that he should not have been in possession of. The highly sensitive nature of some of the material in the boxes prompted archives officials to refer the matter to the Justice Department, which within months had convened a grand jury investigation. That doesn't happen unless the issue is serious, okay? And what's really important to take away from this, and we've said it before, we'll say it again, Trump wasn't shocked by the raid. It's not like something that was sprung up on him out of nowhere. This has been an ongoing, months-long investigation and negotiation in which Trump's lawyers lied to federal officials, and Trump just refused to comply.
Yeah, so a lot to break down here. First, I'm just amused by Don Jr.'s point. If Trump had the nuclear code still, that'd be a good thing, because our opponents would be scared of us. Really? You really think that your dad can still launch the nukes when he's not in office anymore? I mean, but look, they might, or at a minimum, they think our voters are not that bright, so they might not realize that no, the ex-presidents can't launch nukes. Who knows? Okay, so now to the substance of this particular news event. So look, there's so many more details here. They got security footage of the hallway next to the room that Trump was keeping the highly classified documents. And one of the reasons that, as one of the officials put it, it was, quote, a hair on fire moment, was because they would see people going into that room and they would come out with different boxes. They would go in with one box, come out with another box. So at a bare minimum, if Trump didn't do it for nefarious reasons, but he did it, I don't know, to feel good about himself, I can't imagine why he would do it. But even if it was not bad intent, you cannot have our most classified, top secret documents in a random room in your basement where people are walking in and out with different boxes. That's beyond unacceptable. And that's why the FBI felt like we gotta go. And people are walking in and just leaving with documents. We gotta go and get them. So that's point one. Point two is about the intent, guys. I mean, there is no logical reason to have those documents. And think about this. This is one of the most damning parts of the news from today. This one and another story we're gonna do later is, why does you see in all of the documents, Trump goes through several rounds of not giving the classified intelligence back? Why? Why are you keeping it? They're like, hey, schmuck, we know you have it. Give it back. It's really important that other people do not get that information. Right?
I don't want to give it back. I want to keep it as a memento. I'm going to keep it in Mar-a-Lago. No, I mean, who knows? Who knows what his intent is? But can I just jump in real quick, Cenk? Sorry to interrupt you. It's also kind of frustrating that it took so long for the feds to act. I think that's also an issue, right? And I think it's partly due to constant deference to Trump and the fear that it will appear to be some sort of partisan investigation. But if you have evidence indicating that he is in possession of highly classified documents, top secret documents, that in some cases can only be viewed in a secure government facility, you gotta go. It's kind of amazing how long it took for them to do the raid in the first place. I mean, they gave him chance after chance after chance.
Yeah, and look, he does this all the time, and we can't negotiate with terrorists. His team sent a letter to Merrick Garland saying, if there was one word to describe their mood, referring to his supporters, it's, quote, angry. And they continue in the letter saying the heat is building up, the pressure is building up. Trump's team is sending that to Merrick Garland saying, you better not do anything, otherwise my guys are gonna commit violence. That is just full-blown brown shirt fascism. So, I mean, what a ridiculous, unbelievable thing to send as a threat, just like a mob boss would. They've got to make sure that there is rule of law. This is the critical defining moment for America, and I'm not at all exaggerating. I've been doing this show for 20 years. I've never said that before. If either we're gonna have rule of law or the fascists are gonna totally take over. So he's threatening them with violence. There's no goddamn reason for him to have those nuclear secrets. And he absolutely would not hand them over. Look, guys, if at the end of the investigation, all you had was a couple of letters that he kept from Kim Jong-un because he's a child and thought that it was like really lovely to hear a dictator praise him. And a letter from Obama, these are other things that he took. And because he's so pathetic that nice letter from Obama actually makes him feel like he's part of the establishment. Okay, so if it was just that, I'd be like, oh my God, what are you bothering a former president for that? Okay, he shouldn't have taken those home. Technically, those are National Archives property, but it's not that big a deal. If that's what it turns out to be, I swear to God, I'll come out here and say that. But we already know he took the most classified information, literally a classification above top secret.
So let's get to that. Yeah. Because you're right. I mean, again, yes, they specifically mentioned letters from Kim Jong-un and a letter from Obama. Who cares about that? But that is different from the highly classified documents, especially when you look at what they were able to retrieve during the raid that just happened. So at the conclusion of the search this month, officials left with 26 boxes of documents, including 11 sets of material marked as classified, comprising scores of additional documents. One set had the highest level of classification, which is top secret / sensitive compartmented information. And those are the documents that you need to be kept and reviewed in a secure government facility. The other thing I want to mention real quick, because I think it's really important, is that news today, the reports from today just confirm what we already knew, which is that Donald Trump did not have a standing declaration to declassify these documents. First of all, that's not how this process works, okay? You don't just go on Truth Social and say, I now declare, we're declassifying all these top secret documents. That's not how the process works. But more importantly, there's other evidence here that essentially dismantles that ridiculous argument. So Trump's allies, as the New York Times reports, insist that the president had a standing order to declassify material that left the Oval Office for the White House residents, and have claimed that the General Services Administration, not Trump's staff, packed the boxes with the documents. But the Times also reports no documentation has come to light confirming that Trump declassified the material, and the potential crimes cited by the DOJ in seeking the search warrant for Mar-a-Lago would not hinge on the classification status of the documents anyway. The raid would have happened anyway because he's not supposed to be in possession of them, even if in this weird, utopian world for Trump supporters, he somehow managed to do this standing declaration to declassify them. Also, it turns out that Trump's own chief of staff, Mark Meadows, said that Trump's tweet to declassify documents was not an order. And this is in a sworn statement. The president indicated to me that his statements on Twitter were not executing declassification orders and do not require the declassification or release of any particular documents, Meadows wrote in his sworn statement. He added that the tweets related to authority the president had delegated to Attorney General William Barr concerning records. So even his own chief of staff said that in a sworn statement. So any argument that Trump had declassified the documents is ridiculous.
Yeah, there's a process for declassifying documents. You don't just go, you're now declassified. Okay, I mean, as usual, Trump says something absolutely absurd. Then we have to debate with mental patients and we just go back and forth. I'm just exhausted. Like, how could you not get exhausted by debating, patients in a mental asylum? Yeah, no, I think there is a magic word. You just go, hey, snuggle puff, and then they're all declassified. Except that's not the law. That's not remotely the law. No one thinks that it's the law. Even his own chief of staff said in sworn testimony, that's not the law. You have to go through a process to declassify. Yet 40% of the country is like, yeah, he magically declassified. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah. So, I mean, okay, here we are again, debating things that are non-debatable.
Well, let's stay on this topic. We've got another story related to this classified documents investigation. And this time, Trump thought that he was dunking on the federal government, but it turns out he dunked on himself. Let's discuss. A former Fox News contributor and Trump lackey by the name of John Solomon claims to have some bombshell story about how Joe Biden was the one who was involved in rejecting Trump's claims of executive privilege in regard to the investigation with the classified documents that he took home from the White House. Now, Solomon writes this in his piece, and it's after Trump had leaked a letter from the National Archives to his lawyers to Solomon. Solomon writes, the Biden White House worked directly with the Justice Department and National Archives to instigate the criminal probe into alleged mishandling of documents, allowing the FBI to review evidence retrieved from Mar-a-Lago this spring and eliminating the 45th president's claim to executive privilege. Now, again, Trump handed over this letter that a woman by the name of Deborah Wall, who's with the National Archives, had sent to his attorneys. And in that letter, it says this, and this is what Solomon had reported on. President Biden defers to my determination in consultation with the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel regarding whether or not I should uphold the former president's purported protective assertion of executive privilege. I have therefore decided not to honor the former president's protective claim of privilege. And the leaked letter, by the way, actually makes Trump look terrible, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But before I do, there have been other cases involving the January 6th investigation, where Biden, through his White House press secretaries, has made it abundantly clear that he's not buying this whole executive privilege argument. Let's take a quick look at the two examples this year alone.
The president has already concluded that it would not be appropriate to assert executive privilege.
Obviously, the president has spoken to the fact that January 6th was one of the darkest days in our country's history, and that we must have a full accounting of what happened to ensure that it never occurs again. And he's been quite clear that they posed a unique threat to our democracy, and that the constitutional protections of executive privilege should not be used to shield from Congress or the public information about an attack on the Constitution itself. And so as a result, the White House has decided not to assert executive privilege.
Ooh, what a bombshell, what a bombshell. I mean, come on. By the way, apologies, that first example with Jen Psaki was from September of 2021, but nonetheless, the example is there. Cenk.
Okay, so there's two things about what they thought they were trying to prove. They thought, okay, I got a letter that says Biden was involved in the decision. But as we just showed you there, first of all, Biden had already said that he doesn't have executive privilege many times publicly. So there's No news there at all. Second of all, in the letter, Biden says that he's delegating his authority. He's not the one making the decision. All you have to do is read the letter. And to me, the fact that they released this and said it was Biden when the letter itself says it was not Biden shows you two things about their assumptions. One, they think their voters are never gonna figure it out. They can't even read English, right? Like it's right there in the news story that the right-wing guy broke. It says Biden is delegating his authority. Number two is they know that right-wing media is completely compliant and will lie for them about everything. Because if they were genuine media, they would look at it and go, hey, I like a lot of right-wingers, I like DeSantis, I like Cruz, whatever it is. But here, the letter says that Biden delegated his authority. But they think nobody in right-wing media is gonna say that. They're all gonna lie for us. And we're gonna get to trick 40% of the country into thinking that Biden ordered it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. What they're hoping is that their readers are simply gonna read the headline and then they won't read into it any further. But it's not like Biden is afraid to get involved and specifically state that he doesn't believe that Trump is protected under executive privilege. Again, it's been on the record. And so this so-called gotcha, this scoop that Solomon is so excited about is ridiculous. However, in typical Trump fashion, he ended up really hurting his cause because through that letter, we learned that the first round of retrieving documents from Trump in January of this year yielded 700 pages of classified documents. That was also indicated in the letter. And we also learned about how long this whole negotiation process has been going on and how Trump has been refusing to comply and has been refusing to tell the truth about the documents he had in his possession in the first place.
Yeah, so the letter is worse than just not true, at least the way that they're framing it, right? It hurts Trump big time because it explains the depth of the classified documents that he was keeping, both in terms of the gigantic number of documents and pages, but also in terms of how classified they were. The ones that are SCIF, meaning you cannot take it out of a certain room, are above top secret and classified. So it's absolutely unjustifiable for anyone, including a former president, to have those outside of the specifically designated top secret rooms that the government has. So, but again, right wing thinks rule of law is for suckers and for the left and for minorities. It's not for privileged right wing men. We just get to break the law anytime we like. They genuinely believe that. This is obviously breaking the law. Obviously, with our most classified secrets. If a Democrat had done it, the right wing would be apoplectic. They would lose their minds. Imagine if Hunter Biden had done this, or Joe Biden had done this, or Hillary Clinton had done this. I mean, they're still talking about our goddamn emails that were like cooking recipes and stuff. So look, those emails had no national security secrets like this, nothing close to it. And they thought she should be arrested and locked up for it. This is 1,000 times worse. And they're like, let him go, let him go. He's perfectly innocent. And again, Anna, several rounds here where they're like, God damn it, will you give all the classified intelligence back? Hey, schmuck, we know you have it. And he's like, yeah, I give it all back, I gave it all back. And he keeps the most classified without giving it back to the FBI because he's a goddamn criminal.
And just real quick, responding to what you're saying about the Hillary Clinton email server issue, we were super fair in that story because we were supportive of the investigation. We didn't want to just simply protect her because she's a Democrat, and that's the right thing to do. I mean, Republicans purport to put country before their own narcissistic needs or their ego, but whenever they have an opportunity to prove that, it appears that they'll provide cover for any wrongdoer within their party.
Yeah, look, we were fair in both directions there. One, we said, yeah, of course, investigated. We don't want to protect the elite. We're not weirdo right wingers who are beta males who are just like, hey, if there's an authority figure, I just give in instantly. No, we're like, no, I don't care that she's that you're gonna soon probably gonna be the leader of the Democratic Party, investigate her goddamn emails. And then once we found out what was largely in it, even though we wanted her to lose in a primary really, really badly to Bernie Sanders, we're like, well, it turns out, god damn it, it's not that big a deal. So sad day, let's move on. But that's called being fair, which the right wing would never know if it slapped it across the face. Hey, schmucks, your leader is a lifelong criminal. It's super obvious to the rest of us. Snap out of it already.
All right, well, we got to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about a growing movement of anti-abortion extremists. And if you think what you've seen across this country is bad, get a load of where the anti-abortion movement is headed next. It's pretty terrible. We'll be right back with that and more.
They call them dumps, big, massive dumps.
Preserve your documents, baby.
Documents.
All right, so I want to go to YouTube Super Chat first because we've got a couple of folks who are both very generous and made really interesting points. Jan Paulson wrote in, how do we know that the documents Trump had weren't copied? Maybe that's why they got documents on the first 2 trips because they were already copied. Oh, 100%. And you got the people walking in and out with different boxes from that same room. It's on security footage. By the way, they want more security footage from Donald Trump and he won't give it over. He's still breaking the law today. He's just a lifelong criminal. It's everything he's ever done is around him being a con man, and he's conned 40% of the country and turned them into zombies. Okay, so God knows how many of those copies are out there, and did he get paid? I don't know. That we don't know. You see, we're too fair. It's super obvious that there's only one reason you would take those classified documents, to sell them. But we are the good guys, so we say we don't know that yet, okay? The right wing would immediately say Hunter Biden murdered 7 people on his way to selling them to Ukraine. Why not? Make up crap. If you're a right winger, it doesn't matter. Every one of your followers will believe it, no matter how absurd. Today I found out, apparently it's been going on. Remember Paul Walker, the actor? Apparently now there's a guy running for Secretary of State in Arizona, a Republican, obviously, says Hillary Clinton killed him. They've all lost their goddamn minds, total lunatics. I am sorry for repeating it, but there's no other way. I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do as a country. It's super dangerous. If you're watching the interviews I'm doing on The Conversation, you see Christian nationalism is massively on the rise. You talk to anybody that's documenting the right wing and they're all screaming, watch out. This stuff's about to get way worse, right? So here we go. All right, Michael Norrish says, the way Trump holds on to classified intel and cry mine whenever it is attempted to be recovered makes me think the information might have been related to him or what he did, like how he still holds on to his college records. By the way, that's another possibility, but I don't know what the nuclear secrets would have to do with Donald Trump. So who knows? He's a con man. So he was, look here, I'll go to Gabby Marita in the member section. The Trump excuses and relentless moving of goalposts seems like it will be inevitably end up with them saying, even if we committed treason, it's not a big deal. And then, shoot, there was a really good comment here about how.
I have a comment. I have a really quick. I think it's a great comment from Joe, who says, Dems and Republicans are 2 sides of the same coin. They use the culture wars faux fighting to distract so they don't have to help actual people. I like that comment because a lot of what we see from both sides, especially when it comes to some portions of investigations related to Trump, I think do distract from what's really going on in the country.
All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys, and Mika Smith just became a member by hitting the join button below on YouTube. We appreciate it. TYT.com/join for everybody. All right, Casper, what's next?
Well, I want to talk about the anti-abortion movement, because if you think you've seen the worst of them, you would be mistaken. There's an even more extreme fringe, and you should be aware of them because they're organizing and they're starting to gain some traction. An even more extremist element of the anti-abortion movement is calling for women to be tried for homicide if they are found to have had an abortion. And unfortunately, it appears that while they're operating in the shadows, they are gaining some traction in state legislatures. Now, one of the people spearheading this movement is a born-again Christian by the name of Pastor Jeff Durbin. And he was driven by his set of Christian beliefs. And others in the abolitionist coalition, they call themselves abolitionists, which I think is incredibly insulting, but nonetheless, recently pushed a bill in Louisiana that would have classified abortion as homicide and enabled prosecutors to bring criminal cases against women who end a pregnancy. The measure failed, but it got further than any of the other equal protection bills abolitionists have worked to introduce in about a dozen states over the past 2 years. So it advanced in the state legislature in Louisiana because it actually passed the committee and they actually debated it and considered passing it. Luckily, it did fail. Now, Pastor Durbin takes issue with news articles saying that he wants to see women who have abortions executed, because remember, there are still states in this country that execute individuals who have been convicted of homicide. But he wants women who have the procedure to be prosecuted for homicide under their state laws. And Cenk, get a load of this quote. He tells the New York Times this: "I do believe that the unjustified taking of human life, if provable, ultimately, justly, ought to be capital punishment. However, I don't trust our system today to deal that out." Let me just say, having a pro-life stance while simultaneously calling for the execution of women who have abortions is, I mean, a prime example of hypocrisy and inconsistency.
Yeah. So New York Times went to the church that he preaches at, and a guy at the door that was passing out or greeting people at the door had a shirt that read, "Jesus is Lord, pass the ammo." And that's their version of Jesus. Jesus with an AR-15 and with a Bentley and a mansion, and who steals from everyone else and mows people down, etc. So the Bible doesn't say any of that. The Bible is, I'm going to say it for the billionth time because apparently people can't read. The Bible's pro-abortion. Look up Numbers 5:11 through 31. God performs the abortions. There's no question about it. It's every part of this is an illusion. But yet lunatics like this have convinced themselves and many others. And this is another interesting part of this, which is adding fuel to the fire. Before, they used to be in their backwoods churches saying their crazy stuff, and some people would show up with moonshine, and 5 of them would get drunk and talk about how Hillary Clinton killed Paul Walker and they were going to take away all rights from women and execute them, right? But now when they put that stuff online, they get hundreds of thousands of people who think the same thing, and they start congregating. And so, and now his congregation is larger than it has ever been by an order of magnitude. And of course this was gonna happen. If you think that it's murder, somebody eventually is gonna ask, well, shouldn't they go to jail for murder? We all know you go to jail for murder. And yes, sometimes you get the death penalty. So
yeah,
Jesus is Lord, pass the ammo.
In fact, they're even more extreme, because they believe that life begins at the moment of conception. So, which I would be willing to buy that argument if you take a fertilized egg, take it out of a woman's uterus, and if that's a viable human life, then we're having a conversation about human life. But we're talking about a fertilized egg, which in a lot of cases doesn't even attach to a woman's uterine wall and doesn't lead to a healthy pregnancy. Oftentimes the body it won't work out. We've seen ectopic pregnancies. We've talked about this again and again. But the reason why I bring up their definition of life, human life, is because they believe that this kind of thinking should also be applied to women who take the morning after pill. Because what the morning after pill does is it prevents a fertilized egg from attaching to a uterine wall, assuming that the egg gets fertilized in the first place. And so women who use Plan B could be prosecuted if these people get their way. And the other point I want to make real quick is what I'm gathering from these individuals is that they've had a dark past, they've had issues in their past, they've made mistakes in their past, and they feel so much remorse for the lifestyle choices they made that they're now taking it out on others with this notion that they're now these wonderful, righteous, moral individuals. So for instance, Pastor Jeff Durbin was addicted to drugs and he almost OD'd on ecstasy. And luckily he survived. I mean, I say luckily, but we don't want people to die from drug overdoses. And he felt that surviving that was a message from God. And then he proceeded to try to make other people's lives miserable, including doing away with women's autonomy and agency over their own bodies. And so, look, you have a dark past, you have some demons that you're dealing with, go to therapy, okay? But your personal issues and your religious beliefs, more importantly, should not influence policy that affects millions of women all across the country. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Look, fundamentalist religion is the underlying cancer for almost every problem on the planet. So no, it's half. The other half is greed. Okay, so greed and fundamentalism are destroying us, ripping us apart. So Anna's totally right. There's another woman in the piece. She had an abortion when she was younger, and she's like, "Oh my God, I'm guilty if they did pass these laws and maybe go to jail or worse. I deserve it." Okay, look, guys, man, go cry your heart out to your therapist. Leave us alone, the rest of us. We don't believe in your fundamentalist crap. We think it's nonsense, voodoo. So they're like, but they're so self-assured. They're like, "How dare you? You must follow all our laws." I'm not in your voodoo church. I don't have to follow your laws at all. It's called America, but they despise America. The idea that
they
you
despise
can be free
women
and believe
too.
any religion you like, any faith you like, or no faith, they hate that idea because they're extremists and lunatics.
I just want to reiterate, like, the very clear hatred for women, right? Treating women as if they're criminals, because if they genuinely cared about women and if they genuinely thought that those fetuses or zygotes were actual human lives, their mission would be focused on the economic issues at play that make it incredibly difficult to have a child in this country, that make it impossible for people to be able to raise a child in this country. They're not concerned about the lack of childcare. They're not concerned about ensuring that there's equality, economic equality in this country where people will be able to put food on the table for their kids or afford the medical bills associated with having a child. They don't care about any of that. It's all about punishment. And to quote the woman that you were referencing earlier, Cenk, her name is Christine Swan. She says this to the New York Times reporter. Let's go to graphic 6 here. She says, "Do you know what I did? I killed a baby. It doesn't get any worse than that, because that is what we are created for," apparently, according to her. "God created us to bear children, to carry them. That is a gift. That is not a curse. That is a gift, and we are special. You're special, all right. You're special in that you need therapy." She had an abortion, she regrets it, okay? She happens to be part of a tiny, minuscule population of women who have had abortions and regretted it, because the vast majority of them report feeling a great sense of relief for going through with an abortion. And so work out your issues, homegirl. You're 63 years old, your time is limited. Go to therapy and work it out. But causing pain and terror among the female population in this country ain't the way to go. And if you genuinely believe that God is real, I would venture to say he wouldn't take kindly to the pain that you're causing them as we speak. And then finally, I do want to go to graphic 5 here, because this gives you a sense of how women have already been criminalized in this country when it comes to making decisions about their own bodies. Already, some prosecutors have used homicide and child abuse laws to charge women for things like inducing abortion or experiencing miscarriages. And 1,300 women have faced such charges or arrests since 2006, according to the National Advocates for Pregnant Women. Cenk.
Yeah. So look, I try to distinguish between religion and fundamentalism, and I want you to understand that distinction, because actually religious people know what's in the Bible. Here, Wano, one of our members wrote in. I'm guessing the only thing that Jesus said about capital punishment was, "Can someone let me off this cross?" Yeah, got capital punishment. Jesus Christ did, but yet you will have right wingers say, "Oh, Jesus would have loved capital punishment." I mean, what are you going to do with these folks? That's fundamentalism. That takes the text and twists it to something that it's not, and makes it the most extreme, most hateful, most violent part of it. And guys, I'm not just trying to snap the right wing out of it. I'm trying to snap the whole country, and including you guys, out of believing what the mainstream media has told us our whole lives. So look at these guys. They're saying it's okay to potentially execute women, but certainly imprison them for life for making a choice about their body, okay? And we're supposed to take that as normal. But when I say moonshine, or they drink moonshine, or make fun of them in any way, or attack them, I guarantee you cable news would never allow that. They think that's deeply offensive. So we're not allowed to hurt their feelings, but they're allowed to advocate for killing us. No, I don't agree to those assumptions. I don't know why mainstream media has decided that that's totally fair. I don't find it fair. No, we need to fight back against these people through rhetoric, through politics, through ideas, not through their insane tactics, which is violence first and last. That's the only thing they really believe in, because at the end of the day, they're un-American and they believe in oppression. Women shouldn't have the same rights as men. Those men should control their lives, because in their fundamentalist version of religion, that is what God intended, that women be pregnant and carry their kids, and that's all they do. Well, we don't agree. We're a democracy. We're gonna fight you, and I hope to God that we win.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we have an update on the suspects who attempted to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan. Don't miss that story. We've got details and more.
All right, back on TYD. Let's go super chat again. Ryan L says, I'm so sick of the term pro-life. It implies the opposite side is anti-life, when in reality, we're way more pro-life than they are, and they support wars and the death penalty. Freaking hypocrites. Of course, they just chose that name for themselves. And of course, the media went along with it. The minute you say religion, the media wets themselves. They get so scared of criticizing any form of religion, no matter how extreme, no matter how fundamentalist. By the way, this has also destroyed the Muslim world. So lunatics in the Muslim world say, "Oh, God told me to kill everybody," and everybody gets scared to criticize them. So fundamentalists are the same everywhere. Mikey 3343 says, "Anna, please consider using no crudités for you instead of cookies going forward. Also, your cheekbones, chef's kiss," he says.
Who was that?
Mikey 3343.
Okay, Mikey's the winner of the show. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, well, apparently that's that. Okay, Caroline Roberts writes in, Cenk, tick, 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 question mark. Indeed. Peter Hamby with his haiku of the day, booking documents trumping his presidency to make a profit. Second one, bombshell of the past, socializing far from truth, Biden to dimwits. All right, Rose Opal Dragon renewed their 2-month membership and said, I think that it's possible that he thought that these documents actually were his own to do what he wanted with. Rose, or Rose Opal Dragon, you're not necessarily wrong. I mean, who knows what he believes in his diseased, entitled mind? He might think all the secret documents belong to me if I'm ever president, and no one else is allowed to have them. His entitlement is so grotesque, and that bubble of entitlement has never been popped. So it's possible. YT Prenude writes in, to think that the right used to call the left appeasers. Now, yeah, the right wing will appease to no end. Foreign dictators, they write you a nice letter, it's okay. And we can go on and on with all the appeasement. Jason Ray says the feds literally asked a bank robber to just bring back all the money he stole, and then the robber ignores them and is now mad that the feds came for it. That is an excellent analogy, only about 100% right. Saran Anabusra writes in, Trump needs the documents to ensure he can flee to a country as a bribe. That's not an impossible theory either. Derek Bain says, love you all, but the live stream on Apple TV app never works on Tuesdays. Peace and love. We'll look into it, brother. I don't know why that's the case. Doo Bean on YouTube again says, remember, the inside of Junior's nose is pretty much destroyed. I can't speak to that. Free Warrior 2 says, fundamentalist Christians are extremely similar to the Taliban. Both groups don't realize how similar they are to each other. 100%. They're nearly identical. And they're like, oh, we hate the Taliban. Their voodoo is very similar to ours, but totally wrong because our brand of voodoo is better than theirs. But we both hate women and gays, except a lot of us are gay. Mark Davis said, Anna, Trump said those are documents for my family. His declassification declaration is Michael Scott's, I declare bankruptcy. Beyond.
Total.
Tick, 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 tick.
All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys, but also Orman Lee and Alexander Keith won. They just became members. Members make this show possible. We love you guys. Keep it going. The join button below on YouTube, right below the video, and of course, everyone, easy to join. Just tyt.com/join. And you get all of our shows whenever you want. And by the way, guys, sorry we did only one episode of Old School last night because I was really sick. But members, you can get that anytime. All right, Casper, what's next?
All right, let's get started. In today's edition of Play Stupid Games, Win Stupid Prizes, a jury has found 2 men guilty of conspiring to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer in 2020. Now, this is an ongoing story, and some of the individuals who were charged in this case have been acquitted. However, that's not the case for Adam Fox and Barry Croft Jr. The jury found them guilty of conspiring to obtain a weapon of mass destruction, namely a bomb, to blow up a bridge and stymie police if the kidnapping could be pulled off at Whitmer's vacation home. Croft, by the way, who's a trucker from Delaware, was also convicted of another explosives charge. And here is the mugshot of the perps who decided it'd be a great idea to conspire to, kidnap and harm a government official, governor of Michigan, of course. We've got some more details, though. It was actually the second trial for these 2 men. A jury in April could not reach a unanimous verdict. 2 other men who were acquitted, and 2 other men were acquitted, and then 2 more actually ended up pleading guilty and testified for prosecutors. So they turned on their homies and decided to help cooperate with this investigation. So according to Nils Kessler, who is the assistant US attorney in this case, he claims they wanted to set off a second American Civil War, a second American Revolution, something that they call the Boogaloo. And they wanted to do it for a long time before they settled on Governor Whitmer. It's interesting, there's some individuals who purport to be on the left who think we need to ally ourselves with the Boogaloo Boys. Seems like we have different goals here. They want to cause harm to government officials, including kidnapping and blowing up bridges. We actually want better living conditions for every American. Anyway, the investigation also began thanks to an FBI informant. So someone who was part of the group started like hearing some of their plans and was concerned. And so the investigation began when Army veteran Dan Chappell joined a Michigan paramilitary group and became alarmed when he heard talk about killing police. He agreed to become an FBI informant and spent summer of 2020 getting close to Fox and others, secretly recording conversations and also participating in drills at shoot houses in Wisconsin and Michigan. And so this is the ending to a long investigation, but it appears that justice is served, at least when it comes to these two individuals.
Yeah, so first of all, entrapment is real. So if I was on the jury, I would have kept an open mind. And let me explain to you, roughly speaking here, what would be entrapment and what wouldn't be entrapment. Entrapment would be the FBI gets a guy in the group. These yokels are sitting around drinking beer. Actually, it turns out they were getting high all the time, and that's literal. And he says, hey, why don't we kidnap the governor? Hey, why don't we get a bomb? And he plants the ideas. That's entrapment. Right. Whereas if the FBI has found an informant and these guys are already planning to kidnap the governor, hold her for ransom or kill her or blow up a bridge, and the FBI gets the information to stop that crime from happening, that's awesome. That's exactly what the FBI and cops should be doing. So they had the trial, the jury heard it, and the first time there was a couple of holdouts because by the way, their defense was, I thought did a good job from the very rough outside view that I got on it, because they kept saying like, oh my God, they got, they're against government tyranny and their beliefs and opinions are being used against them, not their actual actions, etc. But in the second jury, there were no holdouts; they were unanimous. And the first jury was not evenly split. It was just a couple of holdouts going, I don't know, maybe it's not such a bad idea. Okay.
No, I think they might have been persuaded by the accusations that the federal officials had entrapped the suspects.
To be fair, that's certainly possible. We don't know the motivation of the original jurors at all. And like I said, entrapment is real, and they might have thought that it was entrapment. Okay. Now it's also possible that they were triggered by the defense. So what do I mean by that? The right wing in this country has been using the talking point about how your Second Amendment rights are to fight against government tyranny. So the minute you convince someone that a politician is being tyrannical, they are immediately triggered to think, oh, we should use our Second Amendment rights, our guns and our weapons against that government official. So they might find that to be perfectly legitimate. By the way, jury nullification could be real in some of these cases soon. So but in the second trial, there was none of that. And all the jurors agreed it was not entrapment. They definitely planned to do it. And of course, afterwards, Donald Trump, not after the second decision that just happened today, but earlier, Trump had called this prosecution a fake deal. So still encouraging violence, still saying, hey, anybody trying to kill Democratic politicians, it's not a big deal. Don't listen to the jurors, don't listen to the justice system, don't listen to the cops, don't listen to anyone. Oh, they were just trying to murder a governor. It's a fake deal. So, yeah. Super scary times.
It is scary times. And the last thing I have to say about this is, while it's important to ensure that justice is served and these kinds of plots are foiled by investigators, what concerns me is the same concern I had with the outcome of Alex Jones's defamation trial, which is to say, these are all symptoms of a deeper problem. And we got to get to that deeper problem, right? Because that hatred toward the government exists, the distrust toward our institutions exists, the violent rhetoric that we see from right-wing political candidates and current politicians continues. And the question is, what do we do to mitigate that? And I'm not calling for censorship. I'm not calling for doing away with people's constitutional rights. However, there is a problem when a huge portion of the country buys into the narratives that violent right-wingers are spouting. And we got to figure out why.
Well, look, you're so right to point out the underlying problem. And again, the issue comes back to the establishment because of two things. One, they keep saying that this is a tiny, tiny extremist right-wing minority. And honestly, more than reporters, Democratic establishment does it. Democratic leaders on a regular basis go on TV and tell you how wonderful most Republicans are. And no, they're not getting the depth of the problem. Tens of millions of Americans believe these kind of lunatic theories about how you need to murder government officials just to protect against government tyranny. So it is and there's rising Christian nationalism. This is a super scary time, and they're not getting the depth of the problem. But the other issue with the establishment is that since they never acknowledge their own corruption, they never acknowledge their own lies. Oh, all the politicians are wonderful, and all the bribes they get doesn't lead them to only work on behalf of corporations and rich people. Since they'll never ever acknowledge those lies, we can never get to a healing, because the right wing is positive that they're right, because they look at the lies of the mainstream media and the establishment, and they go, well, then I know they're lying, so we must be telling the truth. When the reality is, no, neither one of you are correct. The correct answer is, yes, mainstream media is definitely lying. The politicians are definitely corrupt. Another poll out now is saying all major politicians in the country are deeply unpopular. Biden, terribly unpopular. Trump, even more unpopular. And the most unpopular of all is Joe Manchin. The media tells you the opposite, that Joe Manchin is the most moderate, reasonable guy in the country. They will never acknowledge the corruption. And that is if we don't solve that underlying problem, we're gonna have these misunderstandings that lead to grotesque situations like this over and over again.
Absolutely. Well, there are many other problems in this country, including the way we treat our teachers and public school students. So let's take a little trip over to Ohio and discuss a teacher's strike that is getting very little attention. Nearly 500 educators and school employees in Columbus, Ohio have taken to the picket lines. And this is the first time in 47 years that educators in the area have decided to go on strike. And their demands, honestly, shouldn't even be considered controversial. So of course, they would like a wage increase, considering the fact that inflation has harmed their real wages. Their pay is not stretching as far as it used to, and it wasn't really stretching far to begin with. But they're also calling for the hiring of more teachers and support personnel. They want smaller class sizes so they can actually instruct students well. And they're asking for expanded art, music, and PE programs. And what I find super fascinating about their demands, and it gives you a sense of how defunded our public schools are, they just want buildings that don't have a lead paint issue. They want to update their HVAC systems to provide clean and safe conditions for their buildings and for their students to learn in. And unfortunately, it appears that they're not getting any of their demands met, and so they have gone on strike. So Amber Nash, who's one of the teachers who's striking, she's been teaching in Columbus, Ohio for 19 years, says that mold and lead paint in the buildings concern her the most. She also says, quote, "I think it is a basic right that the heating and cooling align with OSHA standards in every building in every neighborhood. The conditions in some of our buildings would not be accepted in the suburbs. So why are they being accepted for some of the most struggling communities?" And I should note that Amber Nash's classroom, or school, I should say, has been rebuilt. So she's not personally dealing with the conditions that she's describing, but her colleagues are in this school district, and she finds it disgusting and she wants something done about it. And also some of the teachers are placed in what's being referred to as mods, which are basically trailer-like buildings that hold classrooms. And one teacher, Amber Nash, says of that, "We have no plumbing, no running water. I worked 8 years there, and I never had less than 28 students every year in a mod. The children in every building deserve an equitable learning space where they feel valued. They can look around them and feel proud of their space, feel comfortable to learn and be engaged." And so again, since these demands are not being met, they have decided to go on strike. But the school district, unfortunately, has decided to respond by hiring scabs.
So again, we're oppressed by assumptions that got in our heads, usually through media, because even in this article praising the strike, there's quotes from the teachers about how, hey, we're not harming the kids by being on strike. The kids are going to be okay. And no, the school and the government and the officials are harming the kids by forcing you to go on strike. It's not the teacher's fault that they're paying you incredibly low wages and asking you to work in rooms with ridiculous temperatures with no AC. I mean, look, I know rich folks. There ain't a single rich person that would tolerate their kids being in 100-degree weather inside one of these containers with no air conditioning. They send them to private schools, they're perfectly pampered, and then they cut the money for your kids. They cut the money every time. That's who's at fault. And they cut the money for the teachers, and they say, okay, now you go get the books and the markers, et cetera, for your kids. It's absolutely outrageous. Almost all the teachers should be on strike. By the way, NEA doesn't seem to be supporting them. What the hell's wrong with these unions?
Oh, totally. I agree. We'll get to them in just a moment, but I got to make a super important correction. In the beginning of the story, I said 500 teachers are on strike. I misspoke. I meant 5,000. Okay, I think the number is important here. But Cenk, you're right about the NEA. I want to go to that actually, because unfortunately, as I mentioned, rather than just negotiating with these teachers and hearing them out, it seems like the NEA is not about it. Currently, out of the 3.3 million teachers in the NEA, the Columbus teachers are the only ones in the country to have gotten out on strike. The NEA has not even posted a report of the strike on its website or Facebook page. So I don't understand what's going on with that, and it's wrong.
No, I'll be honest with you guys. I know we break all the rules here too, I think, because the entrenched, powerful interests don't want you to tell the truth, because if you tell the truth, then it looks bad for them. I'm telling you right now, tons of union leadership has been completely co-opted. So, I mean, your teachers are desperate in Ohio. They have a perfectly legitimate cause. We've got massive inflation. They're only going to get a 3% raise. It doesn't keep up with inflation. They were forced to not get raises in earlier years. It never got made up. It never gets made up. They get the lowest salaries, the worst working conditions, and you're not supporting their strike? What the hell's the point of your union if you're not supporting this strike? But it's not just teachers. Tons and tons of union leadership are constantly missing in action. That's why so often now, when there's labor movement started, it's started by young people or people who just can't take it anymore, and they go outside of the unions, the major unions, to do it, because the major unions try to help the people that are oppressing them. It's absurd. No, teachers, you got to know your worth. You got to know your value. In Finland, they decided to pay teachers as well as any profession. You didn't hear that wrong. And guess what happened? Finland became #1 in the world in education and in test results.
Yes. And look, the root of the problem is that we have a two-tiered education system where the rich want to hoard their wealth and they don't want to pay for public schools that educate people of all socioeconomic backgrounds. They send their kids to private schools. Doing away with private schools in Finland made all the difference. And I wish that we had, we were more willing to try that model, but we're so far away from it. And Cenk, you're also right about union leadership, and that's what organizing workers at Amazon realized, which is why they decided to form their own union rather than join an already established union. That's what Chris Smalls had decided, along with the workers over at Amazon. You should check out the interview I did with Chris Smalls. It was excellent. Not a big deal, but anyway, you make a good point there.
Yeah, and guys, just the most important thing is do not believe their assumptions. Every time they'll tell you it's your fault, you shouldn't ask for more. The bankers never think that. I also know a lot of bankers, and their assumption is they're entitled to everything. I know a guy that I played rugby with, that I went to school with, that got a $50 million bonus and sued his bank because he said it was too low.
Oh my God.
That's a real story. That's in The Big Short. You could read the book. You could watch the movie. It's not in the that section is not in the movie. It's in the book, and that's a guy I know. That is their assumptions. But when it comes to teachers, they say no. Back into the fire pits. Back into places that the bankers would never, ever tolerate. If air conditioning goes out in a bank and for the executives, oh, forget about it. They'll be hell to pay for even an hour, let alone a day, let alone a year, okay? Let alone 3%, and then they say you're asking for too much with a 3% increase this year. No, change your assumptions, fight back.
All right, that does it for the first hour. We're gonna take a brief break, and when we come back, we have excellent video to show you of an unhinged lunatic at a school board meeting. Don't miss it. We've got that and more coming right up.
You know what the progressive movement needs? It needs a little energy, a little pizzazz, maybe a little caffeine. Oh, coffee. But what if it was Too Strong Coffee? Yes, new, toostrongcoffee.com/TYT. Look, this helps progressive causes. It's also organic and fair trade, so you've got peace of mind that it was done right, and it happens to taste great. So check it out right now at toostrongcoffee.com/TYT.
300 million is a pretty good number, Well, that's the size of the US population. You know what our next target is? The size of the entire world. We just crossed 5 billion views on YouTube.
I mean, imagine 10 years ago thinking one day.
We looked at you like, are you nuts? Young Turks has just passed another milestone, 20 billion views. Damn. All right, lots of comments. You guys are the best.
I'm gonna read a few comments from our members.
Mr. Methuselah says on YouTube, super chat, thanks for all the important work you do for TYT for the movement.
Do you know who had the first super chat when I got back from vacation? You won't be surprised to find out. Rob Shively. What do you know? Rob says, rejoice, for Dragon Daddy has returned.
This question sent to us by Izzy Sanchez Jr. Is it me, or is Meghan McCain talking as fast as Ben Shapiro? Is that the way the right tries to look smart and intellectual? Well, yes.
Michael Nathan writes it on Twitter. Did Anna choose Cenk's outfit today? I'm sure it wasn't Cenk himself. Man Bun Cenk and Skinny Jeans says, so now Anna has pointed out, okay, that's his handle.
T. Joyce, 1971, saying Donald Trump is good at pulling out of things, NAFTA, the Iran deal, NATO. It's just too bad Fred Trump didn't.
All right, let me do a little quick plug here. It's not even a plug, I'm bragging, okay? I'm bragging, watch me. We have a channel on YouTube, a whole channel devoted just to the Young Turks. It's badass, right? Wow, man. I can see the voice.
You guys are rock stars.
Unbelievable. Senator Sanders, welcome to Rebel Headquarters. Man, you guys are amazing. We gave you what you wanted. Okay. Speaking of shirts.
I have a surprise.
You reached a lot of people. You are the Young Turks. And we have spread that progressive message wide and far. Let's keep it going.
Here's what we do. We go beyond the headline. We are willing to engage in transparent conversations with those who do not think like me. We also make sure that you know what's happening not only nationally, but in your local area. Make sure you tune in to Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Monday through Friday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time.
Cool news, shoptyt.com now has books. There's a whole bunch of books there. You're gonna be shocked to find out that they're largely progressive. Of course! Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People, is there. It's a fantastic story from Jesse Jackson to Bernie Sanders to AOC that explains the progressive movement probably better than any book I've ever read. Speaking of awesome books, my dad's got a book out called The Original Young Turk, where he goes from the poorest olive farmer you ever met in your life to living the American dream.
Woo! Get some!
right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys, and Philip as well. Philip Scannell just joined you. Philip, you're awesome. Everybody who's a member is awesome. TYT.com/join, guys. Come help us deliver the truth. And now we got 2 correspondents, including a Washington correspondent. Thanks to our members, we got Nina Turner's show coming up. So come join us, make us bigger and stronger, so we can get the message out. All right, Casper.
Unfortunately, we have more unhinged individuals at school boards. Let's go to the next story.
Keep winning, baby. Do it. Embrace simple truths. There's only 2 genders, and boys should go to boys' rooms, girls should go to girls' restrooms. And guess what? Teachers shouldn't be forced to use your freaking made-up fantasy pronouns. Fight like hell. Hold the line against the LGBT mafia and their dang pedo fans. Keep winning. You know what? Keep the winning. They can keep the monkeypox. How's that working? In fact, keep winning so much, we'll keep coming. You know what? We're going to keep coming so hard. The only thing these woketards got to figure out is whether it's on their face, back, butt, or thighs. Woo! Get some. Thank you.
You heard it here, folks. That was Scott Western from Dallas, Texas, making it abundantly clear that he will continue to keep coming hard, while also, of course, regurgitating right-wing talking points and fear-mongering toward the LGBTQ community and more. Now, this was during a school board meeting in Dallas, Texas. And listen, there's a lot of detail to get into with Dallas, Texas and the Grapevine Colleyville School District. But before we do, can't help but take a look at the woman behind him as he's going on this insane rant, because her reaction to him when he said things like, "We're gonna come so hard," was visual, expressive to say the least. Let's take a look at that picture. There she is, don't know who she is, but that was amusing to say the least. Now, let's watch her reaction to the monkeypox and coming so hard moment.
Dang pedo fans, keep winning. You know what? Keep the winning. They can keep the monkeypox. How's that working? In fact, keep winning so much, we'll keep coming. You know what? We're going to keep coming so hard. The only thing these woketards got to figure out is whether it's on their face, back, butt, or thighs. Woo! Get some. Thank you.
I mean, I guess taking stimulants prior to a school board meeting is the way to go for some people. I wouldn't recommend it, but nonetheless, Cenk.
Yeah, wow. So, look, I am that lady in the back. As I was like, right? So, but this is, but look, I watched a longer version of this. It's not just that one guy. It's not a quirk. It's not some rando dude that walked off the street high on fentanyl, although it looks like it. It was one person after another, and they are all convinced that teaching about racism is terrible and we shouldn't do it anymore. They're all convinced that the schools are trying to turn their kids gay, and and the LGBTQ mafia, as that guy said, right?
Obviously, yeah. I mean, it's a criminal organization. I mean, everyone knows this.
Yeah. Look, guys, I'm going to acknowledge one thing on their side in a second, but if there's one side that's intimidating the board and acting like a mafia, it's clearly the right wing. I mean, they're coming in this hot, right? And they won, and they've been winning all across the country because they're coming in and saying, no, we're going to be weirdo maniacs until you listen to a vocal minority. See, in some places they're the majority, to be fair, but in a lot of places they're the minority. But they're so loud that they win anyway. Now, in terms of acknowledging their point, I mean, this is a kind of weird acknowledgement, but backhanded compliment in a sense. But like, I get it. They don't want you to teach kids that it's okay to be gay because
okay, then send your kid to a homeschool or a private school, and you don't get to be the arbiter of everything that gets taught in a public school.
No, but they think they are, and so it's important for me to finish my point on that because they genuinely think that being gay is evil and terrible because they were taught that by whatever fundamentalist pastor that they had, and it is sick. I think it's deeply immoral to hate other people like that. And I mean, there are now stats that are just shocking. In areas like this, 45% of LGBTQ kids consider suicide. Like, and then they still paint it as like, oh, they just want to be LGBTQ to be cool. What part of considering suicide is cool? No, you're destroying their psychology because you believe in your fundamentalist religion and you think that you should hate these people. I get that you think that, and I get that we live in a democracy, and that puts us in a difficult situation, but you are wrong. And a democracy also has to protect the minorities. And in this case, they don't seem to get it. LGBTQ does not run the country. They're a small minority of people, and they need protection from lunatics like the guy you just saw.
I mean, we're talking about a group of people that has been historically persecuted in this country and continues to be persecuted in this country. And so the idea that the real victims here are parents, religious parents of students in our public school system is ridiculous. And look, at the end of the day, squeaky wheel gets the attention. And so if you have this influx of conservative parents showing up at these school board meetings and sharing what they think should happen to the curriculum in the schools, well, then they're gonna win if there isn't something to counterbalance or to mitigate what they're calling for. And they're, in my opinion, from what we've seen, I could be wrong, they appear to be far more organized. They have the media infrastructure riling them up, the right-wing media infrastructure riling them up over these issues. And it's a damn shame because there are non-religious parents whose kids go to these schools. There are parents who are a lot more tolerant of others who might not have the exact same life that they do, and they want their children to be accustomed and aware of that, and they want their kids to get a decent education that gives a more holistic look at what this country's history entails. But their voices aren't being heard because they're being completely drowned out by a far more organized group of right-wingers who are afraid of their children learning about the world around them. And what's amazing to me is, and this is something that I used to say even when I was a kid, and there was this debate about whether it's better to send your young Armenian kids to private Armenian schools as opposed to like a more diverse public school. And I always said, public schools have the added benefit of making sure that you're aware that there are other people in the world who exist that aren't Armenian, right? You don't have the culture shock once you graduate because you're accustomed to other groups of people. What do they think is gonna happen? Their kids are gonna graduate school and somehow they're gonna be protected from ever having to learn about or know members of the LGBTQ community? Like, sheltering your kids in this way is ridiculous. And there's that inherent ignorance, honestly, about how people don't choose to be gay or don't choose to be transgender, but they think that it's a lifestyle choice when it's not, and it's insane.
Look, I know this is a tired old point, but it's true. I mean, if they think it's a choice, it's obvious that it's in their head that they think they could go either way, and that they made a choice to be straight, but they had to think about it. That's in their heads for sure, because they're the ones saying it, not us. Right? And so, but okay, look, guys, this is the most important part. Stop playing defense. Flip the frame on them. So I'm so tired of them accusing people that are in the LGBTQ community of being immoral. And the most obnoxious saying in the history of the planet is hate the sin, love the sinner. No, I don't agree to your stupid assumptions that it's a sin. I could do the same exact thing with you. Hey, listen, these lunatic right-wingers, I don't hate them as people, but I hate the sin that they have of hating others. And so they're filled with sin, these right-wingers. They're immoral people. They're very, very immoral. They try to get you to hate another group of people and to try to wipe out their existence and not even acknowledge it. So do not ever do defense, do offense on them. We shouldn't have school boards listening to people who are avowedly immoral and spreading hatred and discrimination. And last thing in flipping the frame is, look, we have America on our side. The most American quality is equality. Everybody knows that. That is our founding principle, equality. And these guys come and say, no, People who are gay should not be equal. We should not teach about them. We should not acknowledge them. We should make sure that no one is ever allowed to think it's okay to be gay, even if you're an American, 100% American.
Yeah.
They are literally, very, very literally arguing against equality. So tell people that.
Yeah.
We don't want these un-American people winning. It's so simple and no one does it.
Okay, yeah, they definitely don't believe in liberty and justice at all. That's clear. Now, I need to tell you about the outcome of this school board meeting because they were determining issues related to school bathrooms and the kind of pronouns that can be used. And here's what we know. The district will require, as permitted by law, that every multi-occupancy bathroom or changing facility be used only by people based on their biological sex. So of course, anti-transgender, bathroom rules. District staff, by the way, they say should not talk about sexual orientation or gender identity until after a child has finished 5th grade, the policy states. They must also not teach or promote gender fluidity, which the trustees defined as the view that it is possible for a person to be any gender or none, i.e. non-binary, based solely on that person's feelings or preferences. And they also state that in alignment with Texas code, Texas sounds like such a wonderful, lovely place to be, right? The district will not allow a student to compete in a sponsored athletic competition designated for the biological sex opposite to the student's biological sex, according to government issued documents. And the discriminatory policies didn't just target the LGBTQ community, as you can imagine. The Grapevine Colleyville board's new policy states that teachers and administrators cannot discuss, you guessed it, critical race theory or what they have called systemic discrimination ideologies. This discussion of such policies comes almost a year after James Whitfield, a Black principal in the district, was put on leave and eventually resigned after being accused of teaching CRT.
So, as usual, of course, we have to tell you, he was not teaching critical race theory. They lied because they're immoral people. They lie all the time, and we allow them to win when we should fight back. They call us the worst names in the world. And I say us, well, it doesn't matter whether you're gay or Jewish or Muslim or black or brown, it doesn't matter. They hate us. And they tell us all the time that they hate us. And then if we ever fight back, they're like, oh, we're offended. I don't give a goddamn that you're offended. Okay, so everybody get up. And again, only through politics, not through their insane violence that the right wing wants. Through politics, through your words and ideas, fight back against these monsters.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, a Twitter whistleblower speaks out about the security concerns related to the social media platform. We've got that story and more coming right up.
We're gonna keep coming so hard. Woo! Get some!
All right, usual network announcements here, guys. On Boss with Nina Turner starting in October. Make sure that you go and subscribe to all the channels. It's really important for the show to get off the ground so others can see it with having enough subscribers in the beginning. So tyt.com/onbosstyt. Great to have another progressive star in the TYT network. That'll follow Indisputable, so make sure you're checking that out. Shop TYT now has a feminist AF collection. The kids know what AF stands for. And TYT will donate $5 to Planned Parenthood for every order from the feminist AF collection, okay? This is promotions in honor of Women's Equality Day, which is coming up on August 26th. So the promotion starts today. Check it out at shoptyt.com. And tonight we've got the primary coverage with the Vig, Emma Vigeland, and we're taking it to the bank with Emily Burbank. Mondaire Jones is up, Jamal Bowman's up. Luckily, they didn't run against each other. That was a possibility, but I have no idea if Mondaire Jones is going to win. No idea. So that is a fascinating race. Lots of really interesting races. A diehard progressive versus a very conservative Democrat in Staten Island. That's a super important race. So check that out tonight at 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock Eastern. And then of course, Aspiration is a fantastic sponsor for us. They're progressive. They're trying to get, and the bankers sending money to fossil fuel companies, which is destroying the planet. Feel better about where your money is, and also get good rates. Find out your carbon footprint. They've got it all. Aspiration.com/TYT. It's quick, it's easy, it'll work. Aspiration.com/TYT. And I definitely feel better when I use their debit card and I plant trees. All right, going to the member section. Don't Shoot on the Goalkeeper says, claiming the term, quote, LGBT mafia for me and my fellow queer people, and then has a crying, laughing emoji. Okay, indeed. Guardian Angel Mod Squad Dragon writes in, I never regretted my abortion or felt any kind of remorse. And one of the best things I did was have a hysterectomy. Guess I'm an evil, evil woman. Meh, I can live with that. And then middle finger emoji. You got the right idea. That's exactly right. Don't ever let these pricks moralize to you, okay? They're the immoral ones. We fight back for us and for American principles. Chicago Ganai says MBS and company are doing some serious summer reading. Is it the Saudis who have the classified information from Trump? Certainly possible. We don't know. Mickey C. the Silver Dragon says that hillbilly is going to come so hard, leaving the woman to finish by herself.
Oh, God.
Okay. Wano says, fun fact, that woman behind the deranged dude was God. The look on her face was her thinking, maybe it's time for another flood. That's really funny. Wano, I see you. That's the second good comment of the day. Biden flavor corn pop says, hope you're feeling better today, Cenk. Thank you. And has a number of crowns around me. I assume that means I'm king. That is very nice of you and generous. I'll take it.
Woo! It's up!
All right, back on TYT, Cenk, Anna, and Cerebus Alpha Gaming. So a nice handle on that one. All right, guys, tyt.com/join or YouTube is so easy. The join button's right below, and you make this show possible. Casper, what's next?
Well, we've got a pretty big story involving Twitter and a whistleblower, so let's get right to it. A former security chief over at Twitter has decided to blow the whistle about the ongoing security concerns over at the social media platform, and does not look good, although some of what he has revealed is not that surprising. Now, here's what we know so far. Peter Mudge Zatko, and Mudge is his nickname, I guess, has said that Twitter has failed to properly secure its service from hackers. It's also neglected to count the number of fake accounts on the app, of which we all know there are many, and even permitted foreign governments to access sensitive user information. Now, he is a renowned hacker who had been helping corporations and the government with cybersecurity measures for decades. Twitter, of course, possesses all sorts of highly sensitive user information, so this is a big concern. And back in 2011, it's important to remember that Twitter faced 2 high-profile hacks, and the company was subsequently sued by the FTC. And in a settlement, Twitter did agree to implement, monitor, and adjust security safeguards to protect users. But Zatko's argument here is that Twitter not only failed to implement those safeguards, but they also lied about their negligence. So here's an example, one example of many. The 2011 order required Twitter to implement a software development lifecycle program, a standard process for making sure new code is free of dangerous bugs. The complaint alleges that other employees had been telling the board and the FTC that they were making progress in rolling out that program to Twitter's systems. But Zodko alleges that he discovered that it had been sent to only 1/10 of the company's projects, and even then treated as optional. And current and former employees also agreed, by the way, with the complaint's assertion that the past reports to various privacy regulators were misleading at best. For example, they said the company implied that it had destroyed all data on users who asked, but the material had spread so widely inside Twitter's networks, it was impossible to know for sure. And let me just also note that the FTC getting involved in investigating a social media giant usually indicates that they're worried about investors being defrauded, right? So we'll get back to that in just a moment. But I do think it's important that this whistleblower blew the whistle on some of the security concerns over at Twitter. Cenk.
Yeah, so look, this could go either way, but I'm gonna tell you which way I think it actually cuts. Now, why do I say it can go either way? Sometimes people are disgruntled former employees. He was fired in January, and he was originally hired by Jack Dorsey, who's not the CEO who eventually fired him. Jack Dorsey left, and a new guy came in and fired him. And Dorsey had hired him because he was a famous hacker. Now, hackers usually work by themselves. You put them inside a large organization, and they might not like the process through which those organizations work. Those are real issues that can come up. And by the way, Elon Musk has got to be thrilled today with this, because it's certainly going to help his case against Twitter. So it did make me go, right? But when you look at the details of it, you see that the weight of the evidence is on the other side, that he is telling the truth. First of all, you've got current and former employees of Twitter backing up his story on several important grounds. Second of all, when he said, this is a really important point, guys. He said the executives had an incentive to increase the number of followers, but no incentive to make sure that there wasn't that much spam. And their bonuses were up to $10 million. That's a lot of incentive to not regulate the spam and have it appear to be a lot of followers. But that gets to the underlying problem that Twitter has always had, is if you don't verify the users and have them use their real identity, you're by definition going to have tons and tons of spams and bots, etc. And then you're gonna have an incentive for the rest of your life to keep those numbers high, because that's what you get rewarded on, either by internal board metrics or by the stock market. If they were ever honest about the amount of spam there is on Twitter, their stock price would crater. And that's because they allow people to use dummy accounts. And that we could all see with our own eyes. So it is very likely that this whistleblower is telling the truth.
Right, and again, if you're incentivized with a potentially $10 million bonus by increasing the number of daily users, then of course that incentivizes you to avoid doing anything about the spam accounts and the bot accounts that we all see on a daily basis. So I just want to go to the last graphic here, which is Elon Musk reacting to the whistleblower report with this fun "give me a whistle" image, and it does seem to verify the concerns that he has. Now, that doesn't mean it's an open and shut case for Elon Musk and the whole purchasing Twitter fiasco. But nonetheless, I mean, I think we've all seen that Twitter has that problem and is unwilling to do a damn thing about it.
Yeah, and by the way, to double down on what Anna's saying, it doesn't mean that he's gonna win this case, because he should have put into the contract, hey, if you are lying about the spam numbers, then the deal is off. But he did not put that clause in the contract. He rushed it for no reason. It was incredibly negligent, the deal that he made with Twitter. We'll see what a jury thinks about that. But for the moment being, guys, if you don't already know it, if you're seeing a comment on Twitter, you have no idea if it's real or not real. If it's an actual person, Because once they allow this kind of gaming of the system, you'd be nuts not to game it. Almost all the journalists are on Twitter. They can influence the conventional thinking of not just the journalists, but the public as well. So if you're a foreign country, you're a corporation, you're a donor, whatever it might be, you almost, certainly politicians, you almost have to go on Twitter and set up fake accounts and try to influence people's way of thinking. So that place is, in some ways, is great because it said if they verified people's identities, I think it would be a really healthy marketplace of ideas. But since they allow spams and bots, and they obviously have this ridiculous system where they encourage it by having the inflated follower counts, you're always gonna never be sure if it's truth or lies that you're seeing on Twitter.
All right, well, let's move on to our next story, because if you think Alex Jones is a crazy conspiracy theorist, wait till you get a load of Tucker Carlson's recent argument. An Amish farmer is under investigation for potentially making almost 24 Americans sick with his unsafe milk. But Tucker Carlson has decided to exploit that story, completely disregard the facts, and spin it into anti-trans fear-mongering. Here's what I mean. Let's watch.
Amos Miller, an independent farmer in the old Amish village of Bird in Hand, Pennsylvania, found out the hard way. The feds say Amos isn't adhering to regulatory requirements for food production. Again, not enough endocrine disrupting chemicals. You're not using enough GMOs. So with that in mind, federal agents raided his farm. They're demanding he stop farming. They're also trying to cripple him with $300,000 in fines, an Amish farmer. So they went after gyms, organic farmers, and churches. So maybe they're against anything that's wholesome and edifying that makes you stronger and healthier and in favor of everything that diminishes you and makes you more dependent. I'm just sensing a theme here. Do you see this? Maybe if he promises to put more chemicals in the milk that turn kids trans, they'll lay off.
Yes, chemicals in pasteurized milk happens to turn kids trans, according to big brain Tucker Carlson. I mean, he did disregard the facts about the Amish farmer who sold unsafe milk that made people sick with listeria. And by the way, the person you see next to Tucker Carlson in the video is Jeremy Lafredo. He's a reporter for right-wing Rebel News. But let's just quickly talk about what happened with Amos Miller, the farmer in question, and his history of sketchy behavior. So this is from October of 2016. In March, Miller's organic farm was associated with a raw milk listeria outbreak involving one fatality. So a person died for the so-called pro-life people out there who claim to care about human lives. A judge then approved USDA's request to inspect the farm, which led to requests for sales records. Now, Amish owner Amos Miller has been ordered back to court on November 1st, where he could be found in contempt for his failure to produce documents as requested for USDA's Food Safety and Inspection Service. That's the story. Okay, that is the only story. That is the only thing that matters. Okay, but taking this story about an incident that's making Americans sick and spinning it into an anti-transgender narrative is insane, but that's who Tucker Carlson is, so should we be surprised? I mean, he's making Alex Jones blush, Cenk. I think, are you muted, Cenk?
Sorry about that. Yeah, so there's two elements of the story, one more insane than the next. So first of all, actually let's start with the most insane. The normal milk turns kids trans. Well, how come less than 1% of the population is trans then? I mean, what a lunatic conspiracy theory. And people like Glenn Greenwald and Tulsi Gabbard, et cetera, go on a show, legitimize him. Oh yeah, no, it's possible, it's possible. You remember the stupid documentary he did where he told people you have to tan your junk to your genitalia in order to have like more manlyhood? And here he's like, oh, the milk is taking away your manliness. Now look, Tucker Carlson's a smart guy. He knows none of that is true. And he's now figured out his audience is deeply insecure about their manlyhood. It's the same exact thing that Alex Jones figured out, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. He sells that Instahard stuff, right? And so now Tucker Carlson's doing the same thing. Oh my God, the milk is taking away your manliness. So anyone who thinks that Tucker Carlson is a legitimate person that isn't pushing insane conspiracy theories, well, is a goddamn liar. It's super obvious that they're a liar. We're done with it, okay? So now number 2, the Amish story. Guys, think about it. Now this goes to the liar part too. I watched the whole segment. Never did he mention the outbreak of listeria. So his audience never knows why the government did it. Now, Tucker knows. Anyone who reads the story, all you have to do is Google it. Amos Miller was linked to, his farm was linked to listeria. And it's not the first Amish farm. Other Amish farms have had the same trouble. I'm gonna tell you how bad listeria is in a second. But he tells us, oh, the poor Amish farmer doing organic. It turns out his farm's not organic. And he won't, he's lying about his farm being organic. He won't cooperate with anyone from the government. And his product is making people sick. But if you watch Tucker Carlson's show, you would never know that. You would think that the government picked on him for no reason. And so, all right, now, Listeria monocytogenes is a deadly bacteria that generally hospitalizes more than 95% of those with confirmed cultures and kills at least 25%, according to the CDC. It kills a quarter of the people that have it. What are we supposed to do? Oh, no, poor Amish guy. He doesn't like government tyranny. So he's just putting out poison products and people die. What's the big deal, huh? But Tucker never told his audience that because Tucker is a gigantic liar.
Yeah, he's a liar. And it's just, it is amazing what they can spin into a fear-mongering story about the LGBTQ community. And I go back to the point that I make often with Tucker Carlson, because he happens to be far more sophisticated than others pretending to be economic populists. The solution that you hear from Tucker Carlson to all of society's issues is, let's hate people. Let's hate the others, whether it be immigrants, members of the LGBTQ community, progressives, people who he disagrees with politically, the list goes on and on. There are never any real solutions that would keep Americans safe from corporate greed, essentially selling products that are unhealthy for us. And he never wants to fight for actual economic equality in this country or equality of opportunity in this country. Just know who he really is. It's not that hard to take his mask off and understand what his real motivations are.
Anna, it's actually slightly worse than that, because you're absolutely right in pointing out that it's fake economic populism. But look at the point he's driving at in this story. We should do more deregulation.
Yeah.
Even if it gets you sick, even if it kills people, whatever you do, do not regulate for safety of any of these products. And you think he gives a damn about the Amish? The Amish literally can't watch his show. He could give a rat's ass about the Amish. No, he's trying to protect giant corporations because they're the ones who push for deregulation and put our lives in danger while pretending to be a populist. He's doing the exact opposite.
When we come back, we've got more news, including China taking action on censorship in their country as it pertains to mathematics books for their school-aged kids. And later, we'll also talk about why dogs are the best. We'll be right back.
Just remember, don't pop any bubble wrap because all that air comes from China.
Another good point.
All right, let's go to Super Chat comments. Brian writes in, hey, Cenk and Anna, I'm watching the main show with my daughter and would love to hear a happy birthday from you guys in front of her. Well, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I wish I knew her name, but happy birthday.
Okay, I can't actually tell, Brian, if it's your daughter's birthday or your birthday, but happy birthday either way. Okay, Phil Jones says, honestly, it's not about the religion, it's about hate culture. There are plenty of religions that aren't trying to change state laws, it's politics. And that, Phil, that's why I make the distinction between religion and fundamentalism. And what you're seeing here is the American Taliban. They're just as fundamentalist, they hate the same exact people, and they believe in discrimination just like the Taliban does. Dana Prosky writes, since support public school teachers, our children need them. There you go, Dana, 100% right. Jason Ray says, maybe the right will be for better school funding if you remind them that there are likely fetuses inside the school. Inside some grade school girls, they're forced to give birth. So that is depressing and a little bit true. On the other hand, remember, Jason, they don't care about the fetuses either. It's just a tool they're using to oppress women. So they couldn't care less about fetuses because theoretically they care because they turn into human beings. But the minute they're human beings, they crap all over them and say, we don't give a damn about you. So now let's go to YouTube members. Louis Belmont show walkthroughs writes in, could we put COVID-19 in a wrestling ring with Cenk so the Uygur maneuver can be applied to the virus? If yes, let the Roman Reigns be the special guest referee. That seems fair. And I feel like we're already in a wrestling ring because I got COVID and I'm wrestling into the ground right now. I was pretty sick last night and I was like, yeah. For a while I didn't take medicine. I was like, let me see what you got. Soaked it in, then eventually I had to take medicine. Okay, E. Johnson said, pay teachers properly, damn right. Anthony Stewart said, aren't Republicans the ones who allow the hormones and pesticides since profit is number one? Yeah, of course. And then they trick their own voters into thinking that they're against it when they're actually totally in favor of it. Thesis Buffet says because Tucker Carlson is the picture of health, and then has that emoji. Blue Tree Cayman says, I'm so grateful for TYT being here to stand up for minorities of this country. This gratitude extends to the members and supporters. Thank you as well. Guys, that's such a great point. Everyone who's a member out there, you help fight for all of those communities. So thank you. We literally wouldn't be here without you guys. And so every time you see us fighting for all of you, know that it was the members who did that. Vincent Morales says, yelling MAGA guy was in hillbilly happy place. The Black Bernie Sanders says, honestly, who would want to be a teacher anymore? Unfortunately, the children will suffer by not having great people becoming teachers.
That's why there's a teacher shortage, a story that I covered, I believe with John Idarola, one of the more depressing stories that we cover. And as you guys know, we cover a lot of depressing stories.
Yeah, Free Warrior 2 makes a good point. Yelling MAGA guy took a little too much Instahard.
Oh my God.
And Shelby A says, that guy looks like he's 2 minutes from a stroke. See a doctor, brother.
Woo! Get some! Woo! Get some!
All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. More news.
Let's talk about what's going down in China, because it ain't just the US that's censoring books. The Chinese government has decided to punish 27 people over what they believe are what they refer to tragically ugly illustrations in elementary school math textbooks. And upon reviewing the illustrations that they're referring to, I am gonna agree with them actually. So let's give you some context on where the books came from and why they're so problematic. The mathematics books were published by the People's Education Press almost 10 years ago, which, let's be clear, wasn't that long ago, and were reportedly used in elementary schools across the country. But they went viral in May after a teacher published photos of the illustrations inside, including people with distorted faces and bulging pants. Yes, you heard that correctly, bulging pants. Boys pictured grabbing girls' skirts, and at least one child with an apparent leg tattoo, which that last part, come on, who cares, right? But here's an example. here's an example of what they cited as problematic. You see boys doing a little purple nurple action on that poor girl. I don't know what else to say. Everything is super uncomfortable to refer to, but there's that going on. You got a boy lifting up another girl's skirt. The idea that this was ever okay blows my mind. And the fact that this book has been used in China for 10 years and it wasn't until now that someone raised concern over it, like really does blow my mind. And I haven't even shown you the worst. Well, that's pretty bad, but it continues to get bad. So let's take a look at another one. There's a girl, playing and her skirt is lifted. You could see her underwear, terrible. Social media users were largely amused by the illustrations because of course it's social media. But many also criticize them as bringing disrepute and cultural annihilation to China, speculating, and get a load of this, they were the deliberate work of Western infiltrators in the education sector. I mean, look, there's a lot to criticize the West about, but I guarantee you the West didn't infiltrate China to publish questionable mathematics books to culturally annihilate China.
If they did, they'd really suck at this. I'm gonna get back to cultural annihilation in a second. And that's where the leg tattoo might be relevant. But the main question I had about the story was it just a guy trolling and having fun and deciding, hey, I'm gonna put these pervy things in books for young kids? Don't get me wrong, I don't excuse it. I think it's terrible, right?
Yep.
Or was it in some ways an FU to the government? So that is possible, okay? Now, the reason why I don't think that it's Western powers, and now they have all sorts of theories, right? They say the Chinese flag is backwards in one of the pictures.
Yeah, let's take a look at that image. We have that example. So, I mean, look, culturally, China's different from the United States. And so I don't understand that being a big deal, but maybe it is a big deal in China.
No, but if you had an upside down American flag, it would be a big deal here, right? So I get it. On the other hand, they say some of the clothes of the kids are arranged in red, white, and blue, meaning America. Nah, now you're getting crazy. Like, first of all, red, white, and blue are incredibly common colors, right? Now you're stretching. Look, now let's get back to is the plot of the West. What would it accomplish? Honestly, like literally, what would it accomplish? Like it would accomplish absolutely nothing. If it's a plot of the West, man, are we wasting our money? So now I lean on, I think it's a guy who is probably subversive. And he's doing it in all the wrong ways. Why the leg tattoo? Because Anna, to you and I, a leg tattoo is no big deal. But for the government of China, having a cartoon with a leg tattoo is very subversive.
Very naughty, very, very unacceptable. But I hear what you're saying. They're different culturally. I totally get it.
Yeah, and so that's why I lean towards it's an FU to the government. The backwards flag, the leg tattoo, it's not just some random perv. It's a guy who's trying to embarrass the government. And well, a lot of people did not take kindly to it. I'm gonna read that full quote and then we'll talk about what the government did. One user was outraged and said, this is cultural annihilation of the country. The awakening is too late and the cost of auditing crimes is too low.
Oh, so, come on, relax.
So a lot of people, and that's because, look, when you get to core identity issues, people get super worked up. And this instantly became a thing about Chinese pride. And there are literally like hundreds of millions of comments in the original post, which is unbelievable, viewed billions of times.
Well, as usual, yeah, as usual. And this is something that's also indicative of the United States and how we react to certain stories and controversies. I love how the concern isn't that, these images are sending a certain message about young girls to young students, right? Like that is, I see this and that is my concern, right? I wouldn't want my kid to see imagery of little boys lifting up a girl's skirt or groping her in, her private parts. And like, that's not okay. But their concern is like, oh, this makes us look bad. makes us look bad. It makes our culture look bad. It's cultural annihilation. Like, they just can't get specific. And that's the thing that drives me crazy, right? Like, I personally don't care about the tattoo issue, but for them, the tattoo issue is important because it's a commentary about their culture and how important their culture is. I don't give a damn about your culture. I do give a damn about what kind of lessons young kids are learning about treating other people, including girls and women.
Yeah, and so there's been consequences. Several people have been fired. Others have been they put demerits on their record, which means that it'll be very hard for them to get jobs going forward. These are the people who approved the textbooks, and then they're looking into 17 people that might have had something to do with the illustrations, and that's where it got like vague and in a scary way. They were like, it is not clear what the government has done to the illustrators. I was like, whoa. So I don't know what they did, but that doesn't sound good.
Agreed. All right, well, let's move on. Let's end with a heartwarming story about dogs because it's science as well. Science is important. We give you science. And here's a new research paper that you should know about. I love how our producer Kate opened this story up with, as if Anna, meaning myself, needed another reason to be obsessed with dogs. Japanese researchers have discovered that our furry friends actually get teary-eyed when they're reunited with their owners. So this research paper is incredible. I love it. It was published in a peer-reviewed journal known as Current Biology. And here's what we know about the tear production of dogs when it comes to being reunited with their owners. The team said they conducted the Schirmer test, which involves placing a paper filter on a dog's lower eyelid to collect moisture. On 18 dogs who were reunited with their owners after being separated for 5 to 7 hours. So they said the dog secreted significantly larger tear volumes in the first 5 minutes of meeting their owners again compared to when they were alone. So the researchers also ended up running another experiment in which 20 dogs met a human that they were not familiar with at all. And this time the dogs did not produce more tears than normal. And so they kind of controlled for that issue, which of course is important in the methodology. And so the team hypothesized why this happens. And I love this. So the team hypothesized that oxytocin, the hormone that helps with bonding and feelings of love, is related to a dog's tear production. In a third experiment, the researchers administered oxytocin in the eyes of 22 dogs. The researchers said the dogs began to produce more tears when this happened, but the increase was not observed when they dropped the non-oxytocin solution into the dog's eyes. So understand that your dogs genuinely love you and there's a physical reaction of love when they see you, when they're reunited with you. And that's why dogs, and especially Charlie Caspez, my dog, are the best.
Yeah.
The best.
Okay, I'm gonna be a huge downer here.
Cut his mic.
Of course.
Cut his mic.
So look, guys, we bred wolves into becoming dogs, and then we kept breeding and breeding them until we got exactly what we wanted. And what do humans want? We want unconditional love.
Yes.
And one of the things that humans respond to is tears. Because our babies have tears, and that's a sign of, hey, come give me love, care, and attention. So dogs that wound up having tears in their eyes when they see their owner got more love and attention. And so they kept advancing and advancing until now all the dogs are bred in exactly, not all, but almost all, in the exact way that humans want. We want for them to look teary-eyed and love us unconditionally, and that's what we got.
Yeah, I will say that's the thing. The unconditional love, I would argue, is what really creates that special bond between humans and their dogs, right? Because even if you're going through a tough time, even if you feel isolated and lonely, having that companionship and that unconditional love really helps, obviously. And I wanted to get into what else the research team was suggesting here, because they suggested that the teary eyes might actually help dogs forge better bonds with their owners, like wagging their tails or licking their owner's face. Like, isn't it kind of incredible how they had already been demonstrating different body language and different signals to indicate that they love you, that they miss you, that they're excited that you're coming home. And I love that. It's like the best thing in the world. It makes you feel really good. The researchers conducted another test, by the way, with 74 human participants who were each shown 10 photos of 5 dogs, some of which had moist eyes. Let's also just acknowledge that the word moist is very uncomfortable. But the participants were asked how much they wanted to care for each dog on a scale of 1 to 5. And the test results showed that dogs with tears welled up in their eyes had 10 to 15% more people saying they wanted to care for them. Because yeah, it signals to our brain when we see teary eyes like, oh, let me care for this person, or in this case, this dog. I totally get that.
Yeah. I'm such a bah humbug about this. So I read a story about how the British royalty bred corgis. I don't even know if that's exactly the right way to pronounce it. I'm not a dog person, as you can tell. By the way, don't get me wrong. I love dogs. I'm a normal person. Okay, no, I'm not a dog expert, but when I'm in a room with a dog,
some of my best friends are dogs.
Some of my best friends, they cry when they see me, even though I'm not their owner. Okay, but anyways, how they bred the corgis was that they just took small dogs out of a litter and bred them with other small dogs. And the larger dogs are discarded, right? I don't know how they discarded them, don't get me wrong. I don't know that they murdered them or anything like that, but they were just like, they're not interested in them. And they got smaller and smaller and smaller dogs. That's how we influence the genetics of dogs overall in that particular species. So think about all the dogs that didn't have teary eyes when they met their owners, discarded, gone, until we got exactly the dogs that we wanted. It actually almost sounds like the Republican Party when Trump's doing with them.
Don't you dare taint this story. God, why would you do that? Terrible. I reject it.
Okay. I love dogs, but because we made them, so I have to love them. They're designed for us. All right, election coverage next. Stay right here.
It's up! Indisputable has been named the fastest growing news TV show in the United States of America, compared to all shows on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and roughly 30 others. What do we do on this show? We tell the truth. You know why we tell the truth? Because the truth is simply indisputable. Donald Trump radicalized citizens. He's the chief terrorist. Republicans still want you to think that critical race theory is the greatest evil that can happen in K through 12 education. It's not even taught. I guarantee you this, David. If he would have taken a knee during the national anthem to bring awareness to the need for more money for cancer research in America, he would not have had that response. It was the fact that he took a knee for black folk and brown folk. You rather pick the voters because you're scared of the voters picking the politicians. It frightens you. But we coming. When you are in a privileged position, equality looks like oppression to you. The Karenicity runs deep in this one. We provide a mirror for reflection and a mirror for correction.
So what if I have 35? Don't hit me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
So let's put up the graphic of this Karen in peak performance. Boom. They want anarchy so they can start creating their own rules.
Can you share with me some examples?
When they were running around during the terrorist attack on January 6th saying, hang Mike Pence. So those are the people I'm talking about. That's a problem, correct? You work for Mike Pence, stand up for the guy. Do not allow the ideology of politics to evaporate the humanity that still exists inside of you. They don't stop, I don't stop. Racism won't stop, I won't stop. Systemic bias won't stop, so I won't stop. People still need health care, so I won't stop. People still need criminal justice systems reformed in this country, so I won't stop. And you won't stop either.
You're doing a show that's blowing the doors off everybody.
Young Turks is the largest online news network, not a big deal. We're gonna rock the boat. We're gonna be counter-establishment. We're gonna tell people the truth to the best of our abilities. We're so Sick of this corruption. We're not the robots on TV. I actually care about the news. Guilty, I care. Fourth day on Occupy Wall Street. Last night we launched Wolfpack. It's us pushing our ideas out there, trying to help the country in every way that we can, trying to make this place just a little bit better. Reporting from the Hillary-Bernie debate, I gotta be honest, you know what we do, we cover it for real. For us, this system isn't working. Free and fair elections.
And when he told the cops that day, when they came to drag her away, and he said, if you're gonna chain her, you're gonna chain me. If you're gonna arrest her, you're gonna arrest me.
My name is Carlos Hernandez. I am the valet parking for this small parking lot. I work for TYTs, and they coming to this lot over 4 years. I know two more famous person, Bernie Sanders, the former Vice President Al Gore, and too many other guys. I'm so happy to cover it with TYT.
Back to back that I like.
Say hi to the camera.
I don't like this.
All right, welcome to Young Turks election night coverage. Cenk Uygur, Emma Vigeland, Jessica Burbank with you guys. The Vig and the Bank, they're both here. The bank runs the Vig, so it makes sense.
I didn't sign up for that.
I know, right? That didn't sound right. So for those who don't know, the Vig is a percentage that people get. It's usually the mob, not a bank, or a betting facility, which is somewhat appropriate to Emma. And I don't know if people know this, but part of what I'm referencing with Jessica's last name is a super old, super goofy Steven Seagal movie where he says, "You can take that to the bank, the blood bank." Okay, but in this case, it's the Burbank. So that's your goofiness right off the top. But New York and Florida are up tonight. There's a lot of really interesting races in both of those. New York has most of them, and it's got a couple of incumbents against one another. It's got some progressives against one another, and then it's got some progressives against establishment Democrats. So we got everything in New York. But in Florida, there's also an interesting race in Florida 10, where it's Maxwell Frost, backed by most progressives like Jessica Cisneros, Bernie Sanders, etc., against an old school fighting progressive who ran into a lot of troubles, and that's Alan Grayson, versus a conservative Democrat in that race. So that's a hell of a matchup. I don't know what happens there.
I mean, we know, because Wasserman called it already, Cenk, and I'm breaking news, I think. But Maxwell Frost basically won quite easily in that race. I mean, Alan Grayson has had, despite he won non-consecutive terms in that district, I believe, and was a progressive champion I think in regards to healthcare in particular. But he ran into allegations of abuse by his ex-wife, and Maxwell Frost was endorsed by Bernie Sanders, as you say, and it seems like he won pretty easily. So there we go.
I'm looking at the numbers now for Maxwell Frost. He's got 16,508 votes, about 33.9% of the vote. Behind him is Randolph Bracey, 12,248, 25% of the vote, and we've got 78% reported. And Maxwell Frost would be the first Gen Z member of Congress. He's only 25 years old. And like you said, he's got the support of Bernie Sanders and progressives, and that's because his platform is Medicare for all, reimagining justice, housing and transit, all of the things we'd expect from a good progressive candidate. But 25 years old is huge.
Yeah, so look, if we're being honest about it, and that's what we do at TYT, I don't think anybody wanted Alan Grayson back. And the establishment didn't want him back because he was a very tough fighter for progressives. He really was, to be fair to him, okay? And progressives didn't want him back because they thought it was embarrassing, the allegations against him regarding his wife. And so I think that's why a lot of progressives went out of their way to endorse Maxwell Frost. That's my sense of it. I don't know that for a fact. But also Maxwell Frost was a great candidate. And what I didn't want most of all was to have some rando corporate Democrat come in here and steal this thing. But it looks like that's not gonna happen. And we're gonna have another really, really solid progressive going to Congress from Florida, which is fantastic. And this might be a twofer. Val Demings, whose seat this was, is running against Marco Rubio in the Senate. And she was kind of a rising star, and you're like, challenging Rubio's kind of hard in Florida. He's really well entrenched, has amazing name recognition. The media loves Marco Rubio, certainly did in the past. It's waned a little bit now. But it turns out Val Demings is winning. I mean, obviously it's a long way to go. It's the general elections in the beginning of November, but the polling has her beating Marco Rubio, which would be an awesome and shocking upset. And Val Demings is a little bit like Karen Bass, progressive adjacent. Sometimes they get called progressive. Oftentimes they don't vote that way. They don't necessarily act that way. But I guess I'll take progressive adjacent as opposed to hardcore conservative Democrat.
Yeah, and you mentioned Karen Bass there. I believe both Val Demings and Karen Bass were on Biden's shortlist for VP, and either of them would have been, in my opinion, an improvement on Kamala Harris, who's just entirely invisible and not the most talented communicator. And so, at least in this instance, hopefully there's a silver lining for Val Demings, because look, little Marco, not the most charismatic candidate. And if there is some backlash with Roe v. Wade and some of what we're seeing with the January 6th committee, then maybe she can reap some benefits from that, Val Demings.
Yeah, look, I don't think Karen Bass honestly would have been any different than Kamala Harris, having seen her run this mayoral race in LA, where she just says the system is awesome, the system is the best, and nothing should change. The status quo is wonderful. You're like, oh yeah, right? So Val Demings gives you a little bit of hope. I mean, she's beating Marco Rubio, so obviously she's doing something right. And she's always been a little bit more aggressive than Bass or Harris. So let's go Val Demings. And look, it's progressive adjacent is better than corporate Democrat, but it's also a million times better than Republican. And so, I mean, her defeating Marco Rubio would be awesome on any. And by the way, if you hate corporate Democrats with a passion, which hard to blame you, okay. But another thing that a Val Demings win in Florida could do is take away the excuse that corporate Democrats have. Oh golly, gee, did we say 50 for a majority? We meant 52 because we can make as a mansion in cinema. Well, if Val Demings wins and Fetterman wins, those are two Republican seats that get flipped. Let alone the fact that, and they're both winning. Fetterman's winning by a lot. Now Ron Johnson is trailing in Wisconsin. Well, that would be 3 Republican seats flipped. It looks like the Democrats are holding in Nevada, and for the moment being holding in Arizona. So then they might have 4 or 5 seat advantage, and then they would be robbed of their excuse of mansion and cinema. Now, don't get me wrong. I guarantee you right now, all of a sudden, they will find 4 or 5 conservative Democrats who block legislation.
Yeah, Mark Warner raises his hand. I volunteer as tribute to play that role. But like, we'll see. I'm excited about that outcome. It seems like they've already called it for Val Demings, so that's pretty decisive.
So Val Demings, of course, going to win the primary for sure.
Yeah.
Right? And obviously, we're looking forward to the general election. But good to know that yes, that has happened, right? And so okay, now let's go to New York for a second, and then I want to go around with you guys and see what you think of these different races, get your points of view. So first, New York 16th tonight. None of the results are in yet from New York. Apparently, Florida, at least you got to give them this, pretty efficient in counting votes. I think they count the mail-in first. That's why you get the 78% reporting pretty instantly. And Florida's always been pretty good with that, except for 2000 when it was a disaster, when it was the world's worst at counting. Anyway, New York 16 is Jamal Bowman. Mondaire Jones could have run in that race, but decided not to. That's a big, giant factor here that I want to come back to later. But Vedat Ghashi is his corporate Democratic opponent. And there was a controversy about how Ghashi darkened the pictures of Jamal Bowman in mailers that he sent out. And Jamal is going to be on the show today. So we will ask him in just a couple of minutes, in about 15, 20 minutes or so, about that. But Ghashi did not outraise Bowman. Bowman outraised him. So it doesn't look like he's a real. When progressives become incumbents, in order to defeat them, they have to either do something astoundingly unpopular, or there has to be 4 times as much money against them. That's the good news about progressives winning. Once it flips and they become incumbents, we have a significant advantage that the other side has to overcome. And so they did not spend that much money in this race, the corporate Democrats. So Jamal will probably hang on for sure. I think it'll be an easy win, is my guess. Now in New York 12, you got 2 incumbents and 2 more corporate Democrats against each other, Carolyn Maloney and Gerald Nadler. There's also a young guy, Suraj Patel, in the race, and he says some things that are get you excited. Oh, young, fresh blood. The other 2 are approximately in their 90s or so, or 200s. I don't know what they are, but they're super old incumbents. But then Suraj Patel sometimes supports the Democratic establishment more than Nadler and Maloney does. So it's kind of a confounding race. Overall, I think Nadler's more progressive. I'm curious what you guys think. And so I'm rooting for Nadler. Real quick, in New York's 11th, there's a huge battle between a conservative Democrat, Max Rose, who held that seat before but lost it to a Republican, and Brittany DeBarros, who's an excellent fighting, aggressive progressive. So that's a huge race, maybe the most important among the progressive and conservative camps in the Democratic Party tonight. And then New York's 10th is the wild one with Daniel.
That's my district, yeah.
Okay, wow. Can't wait to get your thoughts on that. And if you're willing to share who you voted, because there's a bunch of progressives in this race. Mondaire Jones is an incumbent, but not from that district. Carlina Rivera, Yulee New, who I interviewed, is a wonderful progressive. And then there's Daniel Goldman, the conservative Democrat. Of course, a lot of the establishment is backing him. Him winning would be a disaster. Anybody else winning would be interesting. Let me leave it at that for now. Emma, curious your take on your district.
Yeah, so I think honestly, my district, New York 10, is the most interesting district because it is a complete wild, wild west scenario. For people that don't know, New York just underwent a really convoluted and frankly unfair redistricting process, which the DCCC chair, Sean Patrick Maloney, used to his advantage and essentially boxed Mondaire Jones, who's a really strong progressive, out of that district. And Mondaire Jones was forced to run in New York 10, a district that now includes Lower Manhattan and parts of Brooklyn where I live. And it's unfortunate because I like Mondaire Jones a lot, but this was not a district that encompassed any of where his previous district was, but he was essentially boxed out of that because of the DCCC chair with dirty tricks. And so he was forced to run in New York 10, where Yulee New, who is the candidate that I voted for, was an assembly person. This congressional district encompasses her entire state assembly district, so she knows the community really well. She is in favor of BDS, which is really hard to do for a lot of New York progressives. And I think that is one of my litmus tests to identify someone who's a really strong progressive. I mean, I'll vote for somebody strategically, but I voted for her even though I like Mondaire Jones, because I think she has the best chance to win and actually coalesce enough votes to defeat Dan Goldman, who, if you are in this area, you can't walk 10 feet without seeing a Dan Goldman flyer or somebody who is handing out material on him or it's stuffing your mailbox. He has flooded the race with money and he comes from generational wealth. New York Times, of course, endorsed him. And he's the person that we have to be focused on stopping. So even though I like Mondaire Jones, and there's another candidate, Rivera, who's also a strong candidate running in this crowded field, I voted for Yulee because of for strategic reasons, and I'm a believer that you don't vote based on your own like individual purity test to a degree. It's a mix of what you believe in and what's the best strategy. And so that was my decision. I'm really hopeful that Yulee pulls it out because she's run a strong campaign.
So let me give a tiny bit of context there before Jessica jumps in. So a shocking poll came out about a month ago or so. People were wondering if Goldman was going to be at the top or Mondaire Jones was going to be at the top, and neither one of them were. Rivera and Yulee New were both at 16% and were polled at number one. And I was stunned by that poll. And if you remember, Mayor Bill de Blasio was also in this race. He saw that poll and exited immediately. Okay, and so that's why you have a very surprising situation where an incumbent Democrat is the underdog. And then since that poll, Goldman has spent tremendous money in this race. And that's to Emma's point about how he's blanketed the district. And he's got more money and he's willing to spend it. And so that's going to get into the trap that they laid for Mondaire Jones, which I think, I agree with Emma. I think that's the most interesting story tonight. That's what the trap the conservative Democrats and Democratic leadership set for him. And he fell right into it. So I'll get back to that in a second, but Jessica, your thoughts on the race?
Yeah, I'm glad we are already talking about BDS and Israel-Palestine because Bowman's district had a really interesting just disagreement among stakeholders. He withdrew his support for the Israeli National Relations Act in February, and he did point to his district being changed as a reason for doing that. Also, the trip that he took with J Street to Israel. And it's just interesting to think about the constituents. Do his constituents know about the issue? Do they get enough information from mainstream media about the issue? And so you have someone like Yulee who is running against Mondaire Jones, who has a position of supporting BDS. And is this something that's going to determine the election? Is it even something constituents are thinking about? Is really interesting. But for Bowman to point to redistricting as potentially a reason for changing his position on it, I think is super interesting. It also means that it was really difficult for people to organize on the ground in New York because redistricting was such a mess. So a lot of organizers want to get the word out about the candidates that they're working for, volunteers for the candidates that they support. But then the districts that were decided on changed. And so everyone had to change their plans, and it made things extremely difficult for community organizing groups and these campaigns.
So New York has a demographic issue that's at play here too. So there's two different races that the AIPAC contingent spends money on. A Democratic Majority for Israel, and all of the pro-Israeli right-wing government groups, right? And the Democratic Majority for Israel has nothing to do with the Democratic Party. Most of the people who donate to it hate the Democratic Party. They're largely Republican donors who are trying to make sure that progressives don't win in their primaries. And so in a district where, in New York, obviously there's a lot of Jewish voters and a lot of black voters. And so it depends on where the lines are drawn. You might have a lot of Jewish voters in your district, you might have almost none, right? So that's why the redrawing of the lines mattered a lot. Now, Gashi, Jamal Bowman's opponent, ran on Bowman is not sufficiently loyal to Israel, which, first of all, let's just note that is an amazing campaign, right? Not sufficiently loyal to another country. It's just unbelievable. But in American politics, in American media, that's considered totally normal. Like, in fact, it's a huge mark against you if you won't swear loyalty to Israel. And so look, I hate that it's Israel because it feeds into the right-wing anti-Semitic tropes, etc. I wish it was a different country that this was. I wish it was no country that this affected, right? But it is. And in other races where there is not enough Jewish voters to make a difference, they'll just run on completely different topics. It's the same group. They'll spend the same amount of money. But like, for example, that's group when they were running against Nina Turner, there weren't enough Jewish voters in her district. So they lied and said she was against $15 minimum wage and against universal health care coverage. Flat out lies. And they poured in tons of money to back up those lies because they're like, win at any cost and we'll smear anyone who is against our movement. And so that's why BDS, the boycott, divestment, and sanction movement against Israel, it's not that issue is so much more important than all other issues. I think what Emma's trying to say by saying that's a litmus test of a sort is it's a litmus test of courage. Are you willing to take on lobbyists? Are you willing to take on these powerful interests within the Democratic Party? And so anyone who shows that kind of courage, knowing that it's going to mean that there's going to be millions spent against them, well, then you've got a tough, strong progressive. And I think that that's fair.
And it goes the other way too, right? So if you have a candidate that is openly supportive of BDS, which is a difficult thing to do in American politics, then that's probably an indicator to these Republican donors who are funneling money through AIPAC and these other right-wing pro-apartheid. Let's be real. I called them apartheid PAC on the show today. Those kinds of groups, and so if someone is supportive of BDS or is critical of Israel, they're probably going to also favor $15 minimum wage or more, or Medicare for all, or tax cuts, or tax increases on the rich. And so right-wing groups see that as kind of a canary in the coal mine. Hey, this person's going to really mess up our profits. Israel and using our money to through pro-Israel right-wing groups is a way to couch our desire to completely kneecap progressives in the primary process, and we can hide it behind pro-Israel money.
Yeah, and I want to give you an amazing example of that. It's not in New York or Florida, it's Andy Levin in Michigan. So he was progressive adjacent and not even fully progressive. And he did not have like some sort of wildly pro-Palestinian position. He just had a very normal two-state solution position, which is the position that the Democratic Party theoretically has, right? And he's from a storied Jewish family that has had a U.S. congressman and a U.S. senator, so one that Jews in America rightly are very proud of. And the apartheid pacts tore him apart. So this isn't about religion. This isn't about Jews or not Jews. This is about you either support the right-wing government of Israel and you bow your head, or we will destroy you. So and by the way, in that case, they did destroy him. They poured in tons of money to a non-Jewish candidate who said, I swear loyalty to Israel and I will never question their funding. And she won. So that's the sick, sick game being played, because the underlying issue is not Israel. The underlying issue is that we allow bribery in American politics. In fact, I think all the other countries are nuts for not doing the same kind of bribery that those pacts are doing. Although Trump's got nuclear secrets in the basement, so God knows what other countries are, what kind of bribes that they're doing to get other information. All right, so look, I really want to go back to that Mondaire Jones controversy because the details of that show you how Democratic leadership is not now and has never been on our side. And not only that, there are opponents. Now, for a lot of you, that's obvious. But unfortunately, for progressives in Congress, that is not at all obvious. They keep getting tricked into it, into thinking, oh, there are allies, colleagues, et cetera, and then they get ambushed on a regular basis. So we're gonna talk about that when we come back. But also, when we come back, Jamal Bowman is gonna join us and talk to us about his race. We'll be right back.
Indisputable has been named the fastest growing news TV show in the United States of America, compared to all shows on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and roughly 30 others. What do we do on this show? We tell the truth. You know why we tell the truth? Because the truth is simply indisputable. Donald Trump radicalized citizens. He's the chief terrorist. Republicans still want you to think that critical race theory is the greatest evil that can happen in K-12 education. It's not even taught. I guarantee you this, David. If he would have taken a knee during the national anthem to bring awareness to the need for more money for cancer research in America, he would not have had that response. It was the fact that he took a knee for black folk and brown folk. You rather pick the voters because you're scared of the voters picking the politicians. It frightens you. But we coming. When you are in a privileged position, equality looks like oppression to you. The Karenicity runs deep in this one. We provide a mirror for reflection and a mirror for correction.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Let's put up the graphic of this Karen in peak performance. Boom. They want anarchy so they can start creating their own rules.
Can you share with me some examples?
When they were running around during the terrorist attack on January 6th saying, hang Mike Pence. So those are the people I'm talking about. That's a problem, correct? You work for Mike Pence, stand up for the guy. Do not allow the ideology of politics to evaporate the humanity that still exists inside of you. They don't stop, I don't stop. Racism won't stop, I won't stop. Systemic bias won't stop, so I won't stop. People still need health care, so I won't stop. People still need criminal justice systems reformed in this country, so I won't stop. And you won't stop either.
This is where it all began for many elected progressive leaders. The Young Turks was one of the few media outlets to cover the races of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, Rashida Tlaib, and many, many more. We know a great majority of the country is actually progressive, and TYT is here to amplify these issues so that we can have better policies that a majority of the country actually supports. We want to drive positive change, and then we've been doing that for 20 years here. That's why we're launching Canvas 2022, a campaign to get out the vote and amplify progressive candidates, the progressive agenda, and their primary races. The midterm elections are fast approaching, and we know mainstream media won't cover progressive voices, but because the TYT audience is too strong, we can make a difference in the midterm elections to help progressives get elected and make sure our priorities are heard. Support our mission to drive positive change. Visit tyt.com/canvas2022.
Hello, beloveds. I have a big announcement. I'm launching a new daily 1-hour show with the Young Turks called Unbossed with Nina Turner, starting October 17th. We are going to be taking on corruption in all of its forms, whether it's big money, big pharma, the injustice system, the establishment of both parties. All that we love is on the line. They keep coming for the people, not serving the people. Now we're coming for them. Anytime anyone, anywhere tries to take power from the people, that is where we will be together on Unbossed. And not only are we gonna take on these people, we're also gonna have a little joy while we fight. What is life without having some joy? The channel's already up, so go subscribe now, yes, right now at youtube.com/unbossed, TYT.
I was valedictorian in college.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Young Turks selection coverage. New York and Florida are up tonight. Cenk Uygur, Jessica Burbank, Emma Vigeland with you guys. Now joining us, one of the folks who's running in tonight's election is Jamal Bowman. Congressman Jamal Bowman joins us. Congressman Bowman, how you doing tonight?
I'm good, brother. How you doing, man? Thanks for having me.
No problem. Of course, you're in a race. You're very progressive. There's going to be controversies. There's going to be people gunning for you. One of your opponents, Vedat Ghashi, seemed to have darkened your picture in some of his mailers. And that created a controversy. Tell us about that. What was your take on that?
I mean, honestly, when I saw it, I was more excited about my mailer that hit the mailbox at the same time. So it was a great contrast. So it was his negative, darkened mailer, and it was my normal peace and love, joyful, in the community with the people mailer. So I was more like excited and happy about mine than I was like pissed off about him. And honestly, when you're black in America, you're just used to like racist shit happening like every other day in one way or another, whether it's an expression of implicit bias or outright racism. You know, I think what's frustrating also, though, is not just him, but the other candidate, as well as how I've been covered throughout my time in Congress by certain publications, has been a huge dog whistle to racists throughout the district and neighboring areas as well. So it's something that, you know, this election is going to be part of a reckoning if we're able to pull this out. A lot of this politics as usual that's been going on for far too long. And lastly, you know, to have this be Democrat on Democrat shows how we need to deal with racism directly in the Democratic Party, and we just can't put it on Republicans.
Speaking of which, there was another controversy of the New York Times endorsing 3 white men, including Daniel Goldman, that was connected to the Sulzberger family who owns the New York Times. But they didn't bother endorsing you. They normally endorse incumbents, and yours is an easy endorsement. What did you make of their non-endorsement in your race?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we didn't aggressively pursue an endorsement from the New York Times this time around, so I wouldn't put it completely on them. And they didn't endorse an opponent, so that's also a good thing. But to your original point, I mean, you know, we had amazing progressive people of color like Mondaire and Yulene and Carlina in New York 10, myself in New York 16, and women like Biaggi in New York 17. But it's like there's been this, you know, part of my learning in Congress this first cycle has been this complete backlash against progressives, both nationally and locally. And I think that has blown me away more than anything. The beef, if you will, that moderates and corporate Democrats have with progressives is like, my man, I don't want no smoke with you. Why you keep coming for me? And when I saw the New York Times editorial write the op-ed after the November elections blaming progressives for our loss in Virginia and the almost loss in New Jersey, my first question was like, what the hell is happening here? How do you blame progressives for that? So the party, again, has a lot of work to do in these areas.
So I want to let Emma and Jessica get in here in a second, but you mentioned the very next question I was going to ask you, because we talked about this before you won and right after you won, and about how they were going to come for progressives, and they're not really your allies. The Democratic leadership, established Democrats, establishment media, et cetera. And I was going to ask you, now that you've served a full term, basically your first term, what has been your biggest takeaway from those 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of them, right? The way that moderates and more conservative and corporate Democrats engage with progressives. I mean, some of them are even afraid to have a conversation with me. I mean, I've reached out to Democrats in swing districts to tell them that I want to be helpful after my race in helping them to get reelected. And they just seem so uncomfortable even engaging me in the conversation because of this fear for progressives. And I know why the fear is there. The fear is there because progressives are calling out the status quo, speaking truth to power, regarding the inequity and inequality and injustices rooted in throughout a corrupt system. And this is a system that they have benefited from. So to see that play out after the BIF vote and after the November elections really resonated with me, how strongly they are in terms of coming after us. So that was one big learning. The second big learning, and even though I knew this from afar, but to see how money really controls Congress is really startling. It's like if a special interest group wants a bill to move through Congress without committee, without a markup, without a hearing, it will do so, or they will try to make it do so. So those are two big learnings. But also, lastly, I'll add this. I've also learned about the power of my own voice in my own office and how to use that leverage in working with others like the squad and others to make sure the BS doesn't happen and doesn't move forward. So all three of those things have been incredibly important.
Jamal, I'm in New York 10, and I voted for Yulene today, and it was a bit of a bittersweet moment because I love her candidacy, but to vote not for Mondaire Jones, who was somebody who I was supportive of, back when I was with TYT, and who's somebody who I believe is a strong progressive. That was something that was hard for me to do, but it was a strategic choice. And I'm just curious about your take generally about the redistricting process, how that was so difficult for you and to navigate in your race, and how it kind of edged out some progressive voices and made a mess of things and made things difficult, frankly, for a lot of progressive candidates in the state.
Yeah, we completely screwed that up. I mean, we as Democrats, to have a supermajority in the state legislature, to have control of the House of Representatives, and to botch that up the way we did, all because, in my opinion, I think we got greedy with the way we drew the lines, and that greed led to the lines being thrown out by Democratic appointed judges, maybe small d Democrat by name, but not like corporate promo Democrats, but they were Democrats. To have that happen the way it happened was just a travesty. And to have Mondaire, what happened to Mondaire and him having to run in New York 10 was also, it's heartbreaking for me personally. Mondaire is an incredible member of Congress. He's brilliant as a person and in his role as a member of Congress. And he needs to be coming back to Congress. And it's unfortunate that he had to run in a seat that's not in his district. And obviously that hurt him. And the way Sean, handled that from the beginning, I mean, he looked at the map for like 20 minutes and was like, I'm running in 17. And that was crazy to me. And then Mondaire had a decision to make. And, it's easy for us to say run against Sean, but, Sean's the DCCC chair and has all the money and power and support in the world. And then on the other side, you got running against me. And it's something I know he didn't want to do. And obviously I didn't want him to do, because I would have hated to have to run against, my brother and someone who's another progressive and who's great in Congress. So it's just, we screwed that up, and we need to figure out how to make it right as a party. And again, it's another example of how the party stumbles over itself to figure out how to be a real big tent party and really represent everyone instead of using progressives as proxy weapons to other progressives.
So I got to do a quick follow-up there. My take on that situation, Jamal, was that Sean Patrick Maloney wanted to push Mondaire into your race so they could take out at least one of the progressive incumbents. What's your take on that?
I mean, I've heard that. I don't know for sure. You know what I'm saying? That would have been tough, man. That doesn't, to me, again, it doesn't why would you do that? At the same time, it looks like that's what happened. And it looks like that was another example of, the corporate Dems trying to come after progressives, right? So I don't know, I haven't really explored that. I mean, that whole week I was like chilling and not even like, to me, it wasn't even my fight. It was like, yo, Sean and Mondaire got to figure that out, and then we go from there. And plus, I don't know if you remember that week, but that was the week where the Buffalo shooting happened. And my office wrote a resolution condemning the Great Replacement Theory, and then we were hustling to try to get that resolution passed. So I literally, on my mind, I wasn't even thinking about redistricting. I was focused on that resolution. So I don't know, man, but it's not far-fetched to think that that's possible.
Yeah, Jamal, with rent inflation going out of control, prices going up everywhere, it feels like a lot of everyday people care a lot about bills and rent. That's what's on their mind. And there's a lot of momentum among workers to fight for better wages and stand up to these corporations that are exploiting them. And you're a co-sponsor of the PRO Act. What do you feel like your role as a congressman is beyond just sponsoring the PRO Act to support that? Has it come up this election cycle?
Yes, it has. So we also authored something called the Emergency Price Stabilization Act, which is looking at price controls as a response to the inflation we see in different industries. So what it does is it authorizes the White House to go a little bit further in really understanding what's happening with supply chain shortages, price gouging, and really forcing corporations to open up their books so that we can see where the price control should land, if they should land there anywhere. So we're proud to be the author of that bill. And we're also the author of two other bills, the Ending Corporate Greed Act and the Babies Over Billionaires Act. Ending corporate greed is all about taxing windfall profits of companies that make, I believe, over 100 million in profits at 95%, so that we can again generate revenue to invest in other areas and ease inflationary pressures. So we've introduced a slew of economic bills to again shift the consciousness and communicate a new vision for how to move forward economically. And I think if we could figure out a way, and this is going to be really hard, to keep the House and grow the Senate, there's a way to revisit these issues the next term, along with what I believe should be a radical care agenda that includes universal child care, paid leave, home care, and other areas.
All right, Representative Jamal Bowman in a race tonight. We appreciate you joining us, and the polls close in about 7 minutes. So you're gonna predict victory for us here as your way out?
No, I am not.
Don't do it. Don't jinx yourself. Don't jinx yourself.
I'll hit you back after we, God willing, if we get the victory, I'll hit you back up.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, Congressman Bowen, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Of course, peace and love.
All right. All right, guys. I'm going to say one more thing. That was a great interview with Congressman Bowman. He was very honest and in a great way. And honestly, look, we haven't heard a lot of that before. And so he was expressing frustration there that I think is very important and very relevant with Democratic leadership, Sean Patrick Maloney, the DCCC. I mean, there was a little bit of news there. And so. And I want to give you guys one last piece of context about the race that we talked about with him and we mentioned to you earlier. So Sean Patrick Maloney, in his district, when they redrew the lines, let me put it this way. Part of the new 17 was partly Sean Patrick Maloney's district, but it was more Mondaire Jones's district. Because when you redraw the lines, obviously some portions of some districts overlap, right? Although the old districts. So it was my thesis, and as well as others, that Maloney was doing that so that Mondaire Jones would be forced to go to the neighboring district, which was Jamal Bowman's. And he figured with the tremendous amount of money he has at his disposal, leading the fundraising for the House, since he's the head of the DCCC, that's what they do, that he would be able to bully Mondaire Jones out of the race and hopefully into Jamal's race so that two progressives could knock out one another and at least they'd lose one of them, right? And I wish Mondaire Jones had stayed in 17 and fought Maloney. And I understand that it's super hard, as Jamal Bowman just told you. It's easy to say, would have been very difficult to do. But as it turns out, he ran into a buzzsaw on the 10th anyway. So we don't know if he's going to win or not, and Maloney might get his wish. But the most important takeaway is these people are not your friends. They're actively plotting to take out as many progressives as possible. So it was super refreshing to hear Representative Bowman tell us that he recognizes they're not his friends and allies.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Jessica.
Yeah, just beyond that, like the fact that Sean Maloney was going to run in that area, not only was he the DCCC chair, that's a huge conflict of interest that he actually can take a seat in that district. And for him to be in a position of power, to have so much power over redistricting, to carve himself out a district to run in, and also push Mondare and Jamal Bowman into potentially the same district. And now, of course, Emma faces a difficult decision voting for Uline. I mean, they're really trying to divide progressives up, and it's especially egregious when you consider he's doing it for his own power as well.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get a chance to ask him about this, but Hakeem Jeffries spoke to a local paper and essentially talked about some of the great Democrats that were running in New York and left out all of the progressives, Uline, Mondare, Jamal Bowman. Like, it is clear that, in my opinion, Hakeem Jeffries is going to be the person who takes Nancy Pelosi's place in leadership when she retires. I don't know, in 400 years, but I'm hopeful it's soon, because at the same time, like, yeah, Hakeem Jeffries from a policy perspective is not much better. But I've made the case that at least some of these younger Democrats know we have to fight Republicans, not constantly work with them. But then I get a splash of cold water in my face when I see a quote like that. Like, anybody who succeeds in Democratic leadership, they succeed for a reason. And for the most part, within the Democratic Party, it's about kicking progressives away from the halls of power. And so Hakeem Jeffries is a younger guy, but he's still climbing that same ladder, which is coated with anti-progressive sentiment. And unfortunately, until we get more bodies just in terms of like leftists in the Democratic Party in Congress, you just need more people. This is going to keep happening for a while. And this DCCC shenanigans, it shows it.
You shouldn't be even 1% excited about Hakeem Jeffries, even if it's vis-a-vis Nancy Pelosi. Yeah. He is a carbon copy. His career is completely dependent upon money. And he will do anything for lobbyists. He is the epitome of a corporate Democrat. So of course he wrote an opinion piece that disrespects progressives. He's been fighting progressives the whole time. That's why I was so frustrated for the majority of the 2 years. I'm like, when is it going to become apparent to you guys that these folks are not on your side? And by the way, if you're at home and you're wondering how could it not be apparent? Because what you don't see is in Washington, they act super friendly right before they shiv you in the back. So Hakeem Jeffries, my guess is with his personal interactions with Mondare Jones and Jamal Bowman, is like, oh my God, oh yeah, oh my brother this and my brother that. And then of course, meanwhile, tries to ambush them. So that's par for the course. Look, we got to take another break, but I do want to give you another piece of breaking news. We told you about Florida 10, good news there. Very progressive. Maxwell Frost looks like is well on his way to victory. Now it's 87% reporting and he has a comfortable lead. It's pretty much over. Now in Florida 11 in the neighboring district, it is over. Now this is on the Republican side. And Laura Loomer, who is a total nut job, was running in that race. Good news, bad news. Good news, she lost. We can come back and discuss that more, whether how good a news that is. The bad news is not by much. It's 95% reporting, 50.7 to 44.5. And mentally insane person nearly won that Republican primary, which these days, that's not at all breaking news. So, all right, so that's the latest from Florida. When we come back, the New York polls will have closed, and hopefully we'll have some real numbers for you guys in these very dramatic races. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, Matteo Scarapore here, author of Black Buck, which is Shop TYT's first fiction book ever. I'm honored. So, Black Buck is about a young man named Darren who's living in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. He lives with his mom, he has his girlfriend, he has his best friend, he has his neighborhood, and his neighborhood has him. Darren's also working at a Starbucks in Midtown Manhattan. And one day, this man, real suave and good looking, comes in and asks Darren to give him his regular. But for some reason, Darren says no. This man named Rhett Daniels, who's the CEO of a startup called Someone, located on the 36th floor of the same building, is impressed. And he invites Darren upstairs, and then he extends an offer to join his elite sales team. Darren reluctantly joins, and he soon realizes that he's not the only Black salesperson there. He's the only Black person in the entire company. So he goes through hell and back in order to make it to the top. And once there, he has status, money, power, but he says, you know what? I don't like being the token Black guy. So he hatches a plan to help other people of color infiltrate America's tech startup sales teams, redefining what it means to be a minority in the workplace. This book definitely, if you couldn't tell, touches on many things that are relevant to this moment that we're all living in right now, but it's also connected to the many moments in history that have come before today. I hope that you read it, I hope that you enjoy it, and if you want to order a copy, go to shoptyt.com. Thank you, be well, and happy 2021.
Breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. This is Brett Ehrlich with breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. Bernie Sanders wants to break Wall Street, and he wants to break it real bad.
Hello, beloveds. I have a big announcement. I'm launching a new daily 1-hour show with the Young Turks called Unbossed with Nina Turner, starting October 17th. We are going to be taking on corruption in all of its forms, whether it's big money, big pharma, the injustice system, the establishment of both parties. All that we love is on the line. They keep coming for the people, not serving the people. Now we're coming for them. Anytime anyone, anywhere tries to take power from the people, that is where we will be together on Unbossed. And not only are we gonna take on these people, we're also gonna have a little joy while we fight. What is life without having some joy? The channel's already up, so go subscribe now, yes, right now at youtube.com/unbossed, TYT.
I don't care if you're Christian. In fact, I will fight for you to have your religious liberty and practice your Christianity. I believe in that. I don't believe in Christianity, which means that you do not get to dictate the way I live my life based on your religion. I don't care what the Bible says. You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate my life and what I decide to do with my body. I don't care about your goddamn religion. I'm so tired of having nonstop conversations about what the Bible says. You live your life in the way that you interpret the Bible. Again, I don't care, but you don't get to take the Bible and tell me, well, the Bible says this in this chapter, in this verse. I don't care. I don't care, I don't believe in it, and I have the right, based on our Constitution, to not believe in it.
Back on Young Turks election coverage, primary night in New York and Florida. Some huge races in New York are happening right now. A lot of the races in Florida have already been called. It's Cenk Uygur, Emma Vigeland, and Jessica Burbank with you guys. Of course, you can check out Emma on Majority Report. You can check out Jessica Burbank on Rebel Headquarters. Make sure you're checking out all those shows. They're fantastic. Jessica, you got more results out of Florida for us.
Yeah, the great state of Florida. Hell yeah, brother. All right, so we have Charlie Crist, who's running for governor with 827,000, 60% of the vote. That race is called. He'll be going on against DeSantis, who ran unopposed, unsurprisingly. Also, unfortunately, Matt Gaetz kept his seat, winning the primary spot with 68% of the vote. I think the candidate he's going up against is kind of interesting. It's kind of a revenge story. It's Rebecca Jones, who was the original whistleblower when they were messing with COVID data. When the DeSantis administration was saying, 0 COVID deaths today on days when there were 47, and really downplaying the amount of people of color that were affected by the COVID pandemic that was then confirmed by the Florida Auditor General. Now Rebecca Jones has won her race and will be going up against Matt Gaetz.
That is a very interesting matchup. Okay, by the way, speaking of Florida, Maxwell Frost now officially called by the New York Times. We've got another solid progressive in Congress. But you know what? New York races are now on the board. So let me just tell you those updates real quick. In Jamal Bowman's race, 2% reporting, doesn't mean much except for the number. Jamal's got a 90.3% of the vote so far. So he's gonna win that race. They didn't spend enough money against him. They kind of gave up by not spending enough money against him, and it shows in the initial numbers. But this is the most interesting one. Not the most interesting race, it's the second most interesting race, or maybe even third. But it's the one that has the highest number of reporting, 71% reporting in New York's 12th congressional district. This is Nadler versus Maloney versus Patel. And this is 2 heavyweight incumbents in what turned out to be a pretty ugly race. So you see what happens when mainstream Democrats face off against one another, and it ain't pretty. And I kind of liked it because of that. So who's gonna come out on top? Now 72% reporting. Wow, Nadler putting a beating on the rest. Nadler is at 56%. Maloney only has 27.3, and Suraj Patel has 15.7. So if it's accurate that it's 72% reporting, I'm calling it. Nadler wins. I don't know why you wouldn't call it. It's 73% reporting now, and he has 56% of the vote. There's no way in the world you make up 30 points or 28 points with 27 points, 27% left in that election. So Nadler wins the battle of the incumbents. We'll come back to that race in terms of analysis in a minute too. In New York 11, where you've got a very conservative Democrat, Max Rose, against a very progressive Democrat, Brittany DeBarros. We were hoping that one was going to be close. So far with 30% reporting, it is not close. Max Rose has a 79.8 to 17.1 lead. We were hoping that Brittany DeBarros's aggressive attitude, right attitude, and would make it, and the fact that Max Rose is a loser who already lost that seat to the Republicans would have made a difference. But no, Rose had tons and tons of money, and he overpowered her. And it's only 31% reporting, so I won't call it. But if these numbers are real, it looks like it's easily over. And what I mean by real is it really 31% reporting? Sometimes the numbers move as we're reporting them live. I don't mean to question the results. Now, the most interesting race, New York's 10th congressional district. Now, this is only 44% reporting, but that's a decent sized number. And
man,
prepare to get depressed. Carlina Rivera, who earlier had 16 points and was leading along with Yulene Liu, is only at 15.4% and is in 4th. Mondaire Jones is at 18% and in 3rd. Yulene Liu is at 21.8% and in 2nd. And number 1, bad guy with all the money, Daniel Goldman, 27.2%.
Yeah, that is hard to stomach given the fact that those 3 candidates really, and I'm not even blaming them because the redistricting process made it so impossible to honestly put the brakes on. But those 3 candidates are progressive candidates, and if Dan Goldman emerges just because he's like the centrist with the most money, and it's a battle between those 3, that's going to be a difficult pill to swallow. I've lived in New Jersey and New York my whole life, basically, except for Pennsylvania. When I was in college, I was like, oh, maybe I have a chance to have a real progressive representative this time, because a lot of them have been just standard Democratic Party people. But we'll see. I mean, there's still a lot of ways to go. I hope Yulene kind of makes it out a little bit better than what's being indicated right now. But Dan Goldman, by the way, sorry, just to make this point, Lower Manhattan seems to have gone for him. Hopefully more votes are to be counted. It's 54% in like the financial district in the Lower East Side and Tribeca, which is of course going to go for Dan Goldman. In Kings County, which is where I am in Brooklyn, Yulene is ahead, and there's a little bit of a lag in terms of votes counted. So there's still time to catch up.
Yeah, it's now 50% reporting, and it's a 6.7 lead for Goldman. So with 50% reporting, that's not impossible to make up. Obviously, I'd rather be Goldman than New at this point, let alone Mondare. But it's not impossible. That one's not over. But it's a familiar story. Daniel Goldman gets all the money, all the backing, and New York Times, the controversy was that the Sulzberger family is good friends with the Goldman family. He's the heir to the Levi Strauss fortune. So of course, Democrats love that. They love any heir. They don't give a damn. No, they do care what his positions are. He's the more conservative corporate Democrat, and they love that. And so technically, to be fair to Nancy Pelosi, technically, as my son would say, she endorsed Mondare Jones, a progressive incumbent. If she'd endorsed Goldman, it would have been outrageous, but I would have expected it. I'm surprised she didn't endorse Goldman.
But honestly, you mentioned Jerry Nadler and how he's taken the lead there. He was endorsed by the New York Times, so was Dan Goldman. There's a class of New Yorker that actually takes that super seriously. Yeah. And they live in the financial district, and they live in the Upper East Side and the Upper West Side, which is now the new district for Jerry Nadler or Maloney. And also potentially the lower parts of Manhattan and these parts of Brooklyn, which are getting gentrified quite quickly. Dan Goldman would be a representative that fits that as well. But it is just a frustrating initial outcome because the opportunity is here, particularly if Brooklyn had some turnout. At my polling place today, I was double masked. I went there, and I'm on my 10th day of COVID. But basically, they said that it was a very, very low turnout in Brooklyn. So I don't know, but we shall see.
Yeah, this race, I agree that we can't really blame these candidates because progressives are stuck in this game of trying to be the person that beats the establishment-backed candidate. And so we have 3 progressives running. Their vote share combined is 55% of the vote. And so it's just super frustrating that progressives are running in Democratic primaries where the Dem establishment candidate is winning when people voting for candidates that support progressive policies are taking the majority of the vote share still.
Yeah, so I want to keep updating you guys on the numbers. 53% reporting now in 10th district, and it's still about a 7-point race. Goldman leading. Every point that percentage that reports more is a disadvantage to the person in second. So at some point, New's got to make a move, and it's obviously, as we say in every election night, it's not like she's got to do anything. It's symbolic. The votes have already been cast. They're just counting them as we speak. The Nadler race is over. They haven't called it yet. Oh, no, now it's not over. You see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So earlier, the New York Times had 78% reporting, in which case it would have been over, or 73% reporting. Now they're back down to 32% reporting. Why the New York Times does that, I don't know. And so that leads, by the way, to, that's an interesting point. He's got like nearly a 30-point lead, though. I mean, we'd be very surprised if he lost. And I want to come back and talk about that race because I want to tell you how ugly it was. But speaking of the New York Times, that leads to our complicated relationship with them. By that, I don't mean a technical relationship. We have no relationship at all with them. But do we rely on mainstream media reporting? Yes, we do. And we want them to be great reporters, and we want them to be actually objective. And so here on a night like this, we're looking into New York Times to see who's winning or losing. And I don't think the New York Times is going to lie about numbers, right? So the right wing misunderstands mainstream media. They don't just make things up. Well, 90% of the time they don't make things up. But what they do is they put a thumb on the scale. And that thumb on the scale, without telling their readers, makes a giant difference. And that's exactly what Emma was just saying. So a lot of the people that read the New York Times think it's the Bible. They do. It's gospel to them. They think they've been so thoroughly brainwashed into thinking that the New York Times can make no mistake. And I don't mean just factual. I mean, editorially, they just trust it with all of their hearts and minds. It's like their church, their cathedral, okay? And so when they say Goldman, a lot of people go, well, then I guess it's Goldman. Now, to give you a sense of how biased that process was, let me read you a statement from the New York Times about whether Sulzberger's relationship with Goldman made a difference in their endorsement. Sulzberger is the publisher of the New York Times. Listen for the last sentence here, okay? The statement they put out was, our election endorsements are independent decisions that emerge through reporting and discussion by a board of experienced journalists, thorough individual interviews with candidates. This board reports directly to the opinion editor and through her to the publisher. There's no reason to mention that you report directly to the publisher or through your opinion editor unless your publisher came in and put a thumb on the scale. I mean, especially the New York Times. They're never gonna mention that unless they're sending a message, yeah, he made us do it, okay? So you can interpret it differently. I just read you the exact quote. But see, that's the difference between us and the New York Times. I tell you that that's my interpretation, and I tell you that based on context and experience. The New York Times doesn't tell you that. They say, no, we're the goddamn Bible. You listen to us. We're always objective, and we're always the most accurate. And when we say Daniel Goldman, God damn it, it's Daniel Goldman, and don't you dare vote for a progressive.
And I want to say too that Goldman ran a lot of MSNBC ads, and I mean, honestly, the January 6th committee hearings were helpful for him because he was a Trump impeachment lawyer. And I think in this current climate, that gave him a leg up in certain older voters' minds who politics begin and end right now with the January 6th committee, I'm gonna be real. And those voters seem to overlap a lot with New York Times converts or what's the word for it, worshipers. So I think that probably gave him a lead, and also just the fact that because of this convoluted redistricting process, he essentially was able to be the centrist candidate and stake a claim to those kinds of voters with ease, where the progressive vote was split. And Mondaire Jones has done a lot of good things, a lot of name recognition. Yulee knew it might be too difficult for them to overcome. And before Jessica, I know you want to weigh in. I just want to point out that there are a lot of really important state Senate races happening right now, and there are dozens of them right now. But I've paid particularly close attention to the Crowley versus Gonzalez race because it came up quite a lot. Gonzalez right now is up with 46% of the vote. And I believe Jabari Brisport is also up, another DSA candidate. There were a lot of great candidates on that slate. It's a little hard to follow right now, but there are still some silver linings in terms of progressives making ground in state Senate races here in New York.
Yeah, I'm glad we're talking about the influence that big media companies and mainstream media has on elections, because I encounter a lot of people who say, getting money out of politics is the one thing that's going to fix our democracy. And there really isn't just one thing. Getting money out of politics is good. People shouldn't be able to donate large sums of money to buy off candidates with PACs and with their donations to their political campaigns and C4 groups. That's a huge problem, of course. But when you have newspapers like Bloomberg, like the Washington Post, like the New York Times, that have clear corporate interests, they have corporate donors, they're going to influence elections however they want. We can ban election contributions, but the media controls public opinion so much that wealthy people will still be able to determine elections unless we do something by the amount of wealth they're hoarding.
So, Jessica, I want to jump in on that because that cuts in two directions. So first, a lot of people have, if they watch Young Turks at all, have seen me fight against money in politics and talk about how that's the #1 issue by a landslide. But lately, over the last couple of years, they've seen me absolutely rail against mainstream media because I came to the same conclusion that you did, Jessica, which is there are two basically twin monsters here. One is the money, and the other is the media. And where do people get their information? They don't get it from the money, they get it from the media. The money goes towards advertisement, which is also a form of media, it's paid media. But Jessica, there's one other thing. Now it cuts another direction. Because of money in politics, most of the money comes from giant corporations and really wealthy folks, goes into politicians, and then the politicians then funnel it back into the media for their paid media ads. So that creates a natural incentive for the media to be corrupt. If you take money out of politics, mainstream media is going to lose literally billions of dollars in revenue, and it might destroy their profits. They might not even be sustainable. So, I mean, some will be because the New York Times, for example, has switched more to subscription, but it might devastate some outlets. So they not only have an incentive to keep money in politics, but they have an incentive that's built into their profit model, their business model, to support corporate Democrats with more money, because that money's gonna come to them. So then both of those factors pile on top of one another to support the candidate with more money, more corporate connections, and that has basically told the lobbyists, I will do anything you want. So that is why you should not trust the mainstream media for their framing. Oftentimes the facts are correct, but the framing is abysmal. And you would be, if you don't listen to the Young Turks every day, you'd be shocked at how much of a difference the framing makes. It's all in the framing. And by the way, I've talked to Noam Chomsky about this, and he said the same thing. He's like, look, I read the papers. It's not like I don't read the New York Times. He's like, I just ignore everything that isn't a fact. Because those are the words meant to deceive you. And that's exactly right. And so now I want to give you a quick update on the races. We have a call in one of the races we were checking, New York's 11th. That's where we had the conservative Democrat in Staten Island, Max Rose, versus the progressive Brittany DeBarros. That one is over. Max Rose has won. He won convincingly, 76.3 to 19.7 with 62% reporting, and it has been called. Now, good news, bad news in New York's 10th. The good news is New is closed to 6 points instead of 7. The bad news is 68% reporting. She's got to close 6 points with 32% left. That is going to be very difficult. But it depends on where those votes are coming from. So it's not hopeless. A race we did not update you on earlier, Melanie DiRaggio was in New York's 3rd congressional district and is a good progressive, backed by Working Families Party and many other progressive groups. She's unfortunately losing to Robert Zimmerman. You're gonna be shocked to find out Robert Zimmerman had more money. 42.8 to 18.5 with 15% reporting. And then we've got numbers for the first time in New York's 17th district, which is another race that is very important. That's where Sean Patrick Maloney elbowed out Mondaire Jones, forcing him to go to the 10th. And he's running against Alessandra Biaggi. She's a very solid progressive, was huge in New York circles and pushing the Democratic Party to the left. And she's gotten the endorsements of people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez against an incumbent Democrat. So that is a big deal. Unfortunately, with 20% reporting right now, it's nearly a 30-point lead for Maloney, 64.4 to 35.6. I'll tell you though, if it ends that way, Maloney had everything. All the endorsements, all the connections, all of the media, and all of the money. For Biaggi to even get 35 points is a giant warning sign to the establishment. Like, all of the advantages in the world might soon not work.
Yeah, and honestly, it's you mentioned Melanie DeRigo, who was running in the newly redrawn New York 3rd district, which put her at a disadvantage. Alessandra Biaggi was running in that district, much like we saw with Mondaire Jones. She had set up infrastructure, realized that this was not the right race for her to be running in, and she'd be splitting the progressive vote. And she ran in another district, and she was, you can't glean much, in my opinion, from this race because of one, as Cenk mentioned, the structural advantages of being the DCCC chair and running in your own district, edging out Mondaire Jones to do so, and then having Alessandra Biaggi come in last minute. And then also, same thing in terms of Melanie DeRigo's race. These people had less than 2 months really, to actually build infrastructure in their newly redrawn districts and scrambling. It really set a lot of people back, like Mondaire Jones and others. And frankly, as it's shaping out in New York 10, like, it might have been better if Mondaire Jones did not run in this district, or maybe backed out a little bit to coalesce behind Yulin New. But at the same time, that's a really tall order, and it's difficult to ask somebody, an incumbent who's already in Congress. And it's just really, it's a mess of the Democratic Party's own making here in New York State. Yeah, okay, important update from that race. Here comes Yulin New. No way, let's go. Now all of a sudden the lead is down to 3.8%. And 76% reporting. So the districts that are coming in for New. She's closed it from over a 7-point lead to a 3.8% lead. Man, she pulls that off, I'm gonna go nuts. Oh man, are you kidding me? That would be amazing, amazing. But look, to be fair to the other two, to the point that Emma was making, Mondaire Jones is one of the most progressive people in Congress. He's an incumbent, and in Washington, they brainwash you into thinking, oh my God, if you're an incumbent, that is the most valued, treasured status you could possibly have. And he probably thought there's no way I'm gonna lose until Goldman came into the race, right? And even at the end, he had a legitimate shot at it for sure. He's not that far behind them. And then Carlina Rivera, to be fair to her, she was tied with Yulin for so long. So how do you leave a race where you're leading, right? So they all stayed in the race. If they hadn't stayed in the race, there's no question Goldman would have lost. Which then, by the way, means next time around, he'll have all the advantages, the media, the incumbency, the status, if he wins, right? But you have just one progressive against him in that district, and watch out. But I mean, right now he should watch out because here comes Yulin. So that's an important development. Guys, we're gonna have to go to the members only post game. Normally we do a couple of segments there, and maybe we will, like the blame game and etc. But we got to keep updating you on these numbers. These numbers are amazing. Nadler's definitely going to win. It's only 44% reporting. It is 30 point. I still haven't told you about that race. Jamal Bowman's lead is way down, but still a 34, 33 point lead with 18% reporting. He's going to win. There's so many things to tell you guys. All right, members, join button below on YouTube to become a member. tyt.com/join. Everywhere else, become a member. We'll see you in a minute. Give you more results.